Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Ben and Woods, 97.3 The Fan. Happy Thursday, October 5th, 2023. Are you good with that thing? I'm going to throw that thing out the window. The thing on the ground.
I'm just getting down to the groove here.
Bro, there's this plastic thing under Ben's chair. It's like the plexiglass
almost.
thing.
Do you not have one?
No, I don't have one.
I've got one.
Paulie's got one.
Yeah, it's just to protect the carpet.
Yeah, well,
rolling
it's
office chairs.
It's the rolling thing, but all I hear all show is this.
Yeah. Well, you got good.
Fred Astaire. I like.
You pick good music. I tap my toes.
He is fired up, ready to go.
Hello, my baby.
Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Morning, everybody. Let's get our heads. That's what it sounds like in my head.
I feel like I've been on your nerves the last couple of days. I was dealing with some computer issues
I'd
yesterday.
say that's fair. Yep.
Toe tapping.
Let's put it this way. If this banana was a knife, I would throw it at you.
I'm not usually the person who's on your nerves.
Never gets on my nerves.
But I've been on your nerves the last couple of days. I've sensed it. Yesterday, it bothered me how much I knew I was on your nerves yesterday.
It's the computer saga that still has not ended.
No, we figured it out finally this morning. Our Wi-Fi box in our room was down, and it wasn't connecting to the close one. It was connecting like across the building to the wrong Wi-Fi, and that's why I was intermittent yesterday on the computer. But now we should be good to go. How am I supposed to know that the Wi-Fi box in our room is down? You get annoyed at a lot of stuff, Woods. You really do. This is the beginning of the end. I didn't realize this is how it was going to happen. I was thinking we'd have a few more good years before Woods finally got tired of me.
Snapped. No, you're not on my nerves anymore. It's good to be able to talk about it openly. This is what we need. This is the transparency the Padres need that they don't have.
That's a good point.
They don't have that.
Now, all you have to do is say something.
That's it. Now, here's the thing. I know I get on your nerves, too. It's fine. It happens. We spend more time together. I talk to you more than I talk to my missus. That's a true story.
Same with me.
Because at the end of the day, after the kids go to bed, I retire into our room, and she's in the kitchen watching Love is Blind 600-pound Polish wedding. And I am in my room watching a game, and then she cruises in, and she's like, good night. I'm like, see you in the morning. And then we talk in the morning. But I have 4 hours in here. Like you are truly my work wife. This is not the beginning of the end. So there's nothing you could do as a partner that would make me not want to work with you.
More than I've talked to anyone else in my entire life.
It's
when
true.
We added up over the last, because there's not a single day of my marriage I've come close to talking to 4 hours to my wife.
Zero chance. There's not weeks. I'll go weeks without talking to my wife for 4 hours. That just happens.
Or anybody else.
So no, it's not on my nerves. My nerves are a little frayed anyway. But it's just like, all right, let's get the problems fixed and move forward in an amicable manner. And we can do that. We can absolutely do it. You got your computer fixed.
I did.
The saga is over.
It is.
We
believe so.
The thing about Ben that not a lot of people know is I think when you get Elton-y, diva-ish, it's bad. It's so rare, though. It's like maybe once a year bad, but when it happens, it's like, whoa, Shania Twain's here. It's bad.
But you have to understand, and I think you'll appreciate this. Yesterday, with the problems I was having, I didn't feel like I could do the show to your best top capabilities.
Yes,
and I really just care about the show. And I want it to feel and sound good and be smooth. And it bothered me, and it was just eating at me yesterday, and I got here, and it was doing the same thing again today. But fortunately, we figured out the issue this morning.
And it's so funny because when we're on the air and something happens, you have an innate ability to push through, and I don't. But when that stuff happens, you have no ability to push through, and it spirals you. So that's why Ben and I work together well. You're not on my nerves. I love you. I never want to work with anybody else. I can't imagine working with anyone else. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl. He's our executive producer. Fred Astaire, Ben Higgins, Elton John, Shania Twain.
I just want to announce that Woods is the co-host of this show going forward.
Man, I'm telling you. I am telling you. I'm here. Yeah, at least I showed up. I'm on camera.
You didn't have any prior travel arrangements today?
It's half the battle. Yeah, man, we'll get into the AJ Preller, whatever that was yesterday. We got thoughts on it, certainly. I don't know. I just want to do it here. I don't know. I really don't want to start talking about it right now at 6:06. I just really, really don't. There's a lot of audio. There's a lot of audio to parse through. And again, I don't think there's much new information other than an edict, and then also a door open with a crack in the door. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's still a lot of room for interpretation on a lot of this stuff. So we will get into that. Other than that, everybody have a good day yesterday. After the show, we all had to race home and go sit down and park in front of the computer and watch that. We were on there along with a lot of San Diego media, certainly watching the press conference. What'd you think of the overall tone of it?
Well, let's start with just the particulars. I thought AJ's Zoom setup was solid. The lighting was good. I've seen
Until it wasn't.
Well, yeah, that's right. At the end, the lighting cut out for some reason. But I've seen him much worse. I've seen him in his head on the bottom of the screen where it didn't work. I was going, okay, at least I can use this on television, possibly, because
his office has the automatic lights. We have them in this building, in this room. If we sit still for long enough, I don't know how long the timer is.
They'll dim.
They will turn off. And it's happened before when I've been in here and I don't move. I've been locked in on something.
Too much, so the lights stay on.
Never.
Probably if he was just working here, he could turn the lights off because he's very still.
So AJ mid-sentence, the lights just went completely dark. On
So funny, dude. So funny. What'd you think of some of the questions you heard?
I laughed very hard at least 3 of them.
I laughed really hard, too, at some.
I think eventually they got to the most important questions. Give Bernie Wilson give some credit, as always. He doesn't sugarcoat his questions, and they're very hostile sometimes sounding, but
they were very, very hostile.
That's how Bernie works, and it has to be done at some point. But, you do have to start with the particulars and the basics. And, a press conference is not designed to be something for necessarily live public consumption. We put them on occasionally, but they really are a tool where reporters are going to have to ask some kind of basic, just establish questions of the particulars that are not designed for probing answers. They're designed for informative answers. And, it tends to, get a little boring a little bit during those news conferences for sure, but that's to be expected.
I wrestle back and forth with this thing with AJ Preller. It's hard for me because, I got 5 years in sports radio. I have asked definitely some softball questions in my life. But I think I've also asked some tough questions. And it's hard for me. There was a point, this is me nude in front of you guys and our audience. There was a point there as I was sitting there going, do I have to do something now? Like, do I have to do something? And I didn't like that feeling. Like, do I want to get the, good question. No, that's how you hold his feet to the fire deal. So I was going through a little bit of that. Then the other part of it is, I know who my subject is. I know it's not going to get answered in the way I want it. I know it's not going to get.
Have you gotten any mandates from ownership about not meddling in Bob's job if that was indeed an issue?
Freaking Bernie.
Good old Bernie.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I know who I'm talking to. It's almost this thing of like, what am I wasting my time for? Just to do it? Just to like, I'm so mad and like, you know what I mean? Like. I know he's not. I know who I'm talking to.
Well, what would it be like if with Bill Belichick? It's pointless almost.
It's literally that's we're entering the realm of when I asked him 3 months ago on AJ Preller on our radio station, hey. So I can't remember what the question was, but it was like, are you general managing for your job right now? Like. I asked Bob the same question yesterday or last week or whatever. Do you feel like you're going to be out of a job soon? And he's like, Cincinnati has a really good average with runners and scoring positions. And I go, I just wasted my time. I wasted my time, our audience's time.
As they do every week with Bill Belichick.
But I don't want to. Well, Bill Belichick's won 15 Super Bowls.
Right.
That's the difference for me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the. Bill Belichick's a little bit kind of earned that right. So as I'm sitting there yesterday, and I'm listening to everyone doing their thing, and I just go, oh, God. Now, if we have him on tomorrow, yeah, I'm gonna hammer him.
Of course.
I'm going to hammer him. And I know exactly how I'm going to start. Because he said something in his very first little speech that I went, bing, got you. I got you. Like, I got you. You're done for, you know? But I didn't want to ask it then. I want to wait till we get him. And allegedly, something's happening tomorrow. We don't know who it's going to be, but we're going to get somebody from the Padres, hopefully AJ Preller. And it doesn't need to be a heavyweight fight. It's like I've been saying for the last week. We've been asking our audience, well, what are you going to do if they bring back AJ Preller and Bob Melvin, which, based on the press conference yesterday, they're going to. And I said to the fans, and I'm not trying to be mean about this, you don't have a choice. You just eat what they feed you, or you don't consume the product. That's it. You walk into that restaurant and they say, this is the meal. And you say, sounds good. Give me my spoon and I'll slop it up. Or you say, I'm not eating here. And you walk out the door. Those are your only options as a fan. You're left a little bit helpless. If you want change and this guy needs to go and that guy needs to go, you don't really have a choice. So you're gonna eat what they give you.
I think you're not wrong, but ultimately, as a fan, I don't care if it's the most dysfunctional organization on the planet, that it's the worst place to work. Everybody hates themselves, hates each other behind closed doors. If they're winning, don't care in the least, really.
No, really
as
don't
a
even
fan.
care.
So the only reason you care, the only reason you care about a news conference, even as a fan, is because you feel like maybe it's contributing to them not winning. And if they were winning, you would have no problem with AJ's, non-answers and mumbling through a news conference. You'd have no problem with reports that Bob and AJ aren't really getting along. If the Padres were in the playoffs right now and you were hearing reports that Bob and AJ aren't getting along, say, well, seems to be working for them.
Yeah, working on the field.
That's all you'd say. It's really all you care about is whether they win or not. And the question is whether what's going on behind the scenes at Petco Park is actually impacting the performance on the field or not.
Hurting the overall product, hurting the ability to go out and win baseball games.
And I think that's a complicated question. It's not
massively.
It's not simply, there's dysfunction,
they don't get along, so
they're
they don't
losing.
win.
There's been plenty of teams in history that haven't gotten along. Teammates haven't gotten along.
Ben
managers
hates me right now, and we're still going to do a great show today.
So, it's a more complicated question than simply, hey, you got to fix this. They could fix it and they could be on the same page. Everyone could love each other. They could have each other's backs in that dugout.
They could lose
and they could lose 100 games.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be happy. You wouldn't go, well, at least they fixed the culture problem at Petco Park. They may be the worst team in the National League, but they fixed that darn culture problem. You don't care. You want them to win.
And you look at what the Phillies are doing, and we'll get into the Major League Baseball playoffs. And there's a sweet spot that they've hit right now. The players absolutely love each other. They love the fans. The fans love the players. The owner last night out throwing baseballs.
Guess what? So do the Marlins players.
Yeah.
And so does the Marlins manager. They've got a great culture from everything that we've heard.
Yep.
And they got bodied out of the first two,
But that's what I'm
games
talking
of the
about.
playoffs.
The sweet spot. They got the talent. They've got the all of the thing. What did they call it in Jerry Maguire? The Quan. They have the Quan. They've got it all. They got the love.
It's a family motto.
They got the talent. They got the money. They got the owner. They got the ballpark. They got the atmosphere. If you're the Braves right now, you're crapping in your diaper. You are absolutely going, oh my God, we need to win our home games. We have home field advantage. We cannot lose at home. We cannot drop one game to these guys or we're dead
It'll be the definition of a road atmosphere.
No question about it. So, we're going to get into all of this. And like I said, let's break it down. We may have a chance to talk to AJ ourselves tomorrow. But yeah, I mean,
Maybe it'll be Bob. Who knows?
It could be Bob. Yeah, it could be Bob. But I just look. Did anyone raise your hand if you walked out of that Zoom meeting feeling, okay, I feel better about the direction of the team. I'm good. I feel much, much better. I didn't feel that way. This isn't performative media stuff either. I still am not 100% sure that the door wasn't left open for Bob Melvin to go take another job either. I texted you guys that yesterday. I still have that weird, uneasy feeling. I didn't get the 100% vote of confidence. And it's weird when you can't ask the manager because, well, he's not there. So that was weird to me. So we'll get into all of that. Let's try to have some fun today.
Yes,
My
I
Lord.
agree with that.
Good Lord.
We can try.
Like a fart symphony or something. I need something to make me laugh.
We'll play some of the key audio. You probably...
That's better. That's better. I do feel better.
We'll play some of the key audio. Was that the key audio
That
right
was the
there?
key audio.
From the news conference yesterday. I'm sure you've heard some of it or all of it at this point, but we'll give you our takes on it. Plus, everything else we like to do. It is Thursday. Eno Sarris, Smart Baseball Thursday, will join us at 8:35. Before that, we've got Take on Woods, Don't Do This. We've got Real or Fake, actually, today, because it's a Throwback Thursday instead of Take on Woods. And our Daily Ditty theme, artists who met an untimely demise.
Oh, I got a good one. Back
to Woods on a Thursday here. We'll get to that. Coming up next, Ben and Woods, let's check traffic with Kelly Danick in return on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Little live version of the great, dearly departed Jeff Buckley. Passed away. Benjamin had written and put out a really brilliant album called Grace, and then finished his second record, went down to the banks of the Mississippi River, stone cold sober, jumped in for a swim, and was pulled under and died. And it was just brutal. Brutal. Very, very sad. One of my favorite voices of all time. Jeff Buckley, and that song is I Woke Up in a Strange Place. I did not wake up in a strange place. I woke up in the place that I always wake up. Feels good to do
strange
that.
Mood, maybe.
I did wake up in a strange mood. I've been in a strange mood all week long, and I hate it. I hate the negativity. It's not who I am really as a person. Well, it's not. It's who I'm trying not to be. I don't want to be the guy. I was so positive about our beloved baseball team last season, fighting people like, shut up, dude. They're going to make a run. I know it. I could feel it in my bones. They were going to make a run. I felt like we could beat the Mets. I felt like we could beat the Dodgers. I felt like we could beat the Phillies. I really did. I believed hardcore in this team. And 2023 was a different story. And I just have to be completely honest. I'm nervous as hell for 2024, even though I don't know anything. And I don't know what the budget's going to look like, who the players are going to be. I just know that there's a lot of work to do. And I just wonder if the right people are here to rebuild this scene again here for the San Diego Padres. I'm going to try not to live in Pity City, but I've been renting an Airbnb in Pity City for like 6 months. So I kind of already I get my mail here in Pity City already. My packages are coming here. I'm living here. I'm pretty much living here without
paying taxes.
Pity City. I haven't changed my address formally from San Diego to Pity City, California, but I've established residency, I think, in Pity City, and I hate it.
In the next election, will you be voting in Pity City?
Yes,
okay.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know where I'm going to get my voter registration sent to.
We're going to spend the first part of our show kind of breaking down our thoughts on what AJ had to say yesterday. So if you missed it at all, he started with the first about 3 to 4 minutes with a statement. No questions yet, just kind of announcing a couple of things, his thoughts on the season. Mentioned that Bob Melvin was going to remain as manager going forward of the Padres, but I think there was one bite in particular. You just alluded to it in our last segment that caught your attention. Me as well. I played it on one of our newscasts last night.
We did not even talk about that.
The specific cut.
It was a gotcha moment for me.
It's interesting. I had a different take on it, but let's play some of the early AJ comments here from yesterday.
Didn't play the baseball that we thought we were capable of from the starting point of the season. I think personally for myself, it feels like a lost and missed opportunity. It's not every year as a general manager that you can honestly look up at the start of the season and feel like, hey, if we got a few breaks, that we could hoist the World Series trophy. And I felt that way at the start of this year. I think everybody has their own, kind of fluky stat or unlucky story from this year. But I'm a subscriber to the belief that, you are what your record says you are. And ultimately, we're not playing baseball right now in October.
That's the part that got me. That's the one where I went, oh, really? You are what your record says you are. So I didn't take long. Pulled a couple of numbers, and since 2015, AJ Preller's first full season as the GM, 636 and 720. That's not good. That's not good. And this will be his 10th season. He will be back as president of baseball ops and general manager. So if you are as a team what your record says you are, then aren't you as a general manager what your record says you are?
And I thought that was his point, that I have not done a very good job as general manager, is what he was saying right there. And that was my favorite part of the press conference, that he actually acknowledged, didn't try to make any excuses. He just said, we have not gotten the job done. I'm not going to blame anyone else other than us inside this building for what our failings were this year. And I thought that was the most accountability we heard from really anyone all season long.
That was the most, but See, it's weird because living in Pity City and Negative Town, I looked at it like, you are what your record says you are. And, all I heard was platitudes that, we'll do better. And forgive me if I'm not rebuying in again just yet. Right? You can get me. You can still get me hardcore for 2024.
Oh, we'll get to the rest of the news conference, which was, for me, highly disappointing. But that, to me, was actually a good moment.
I saw another person say that, too. I don't know. The way I looked at it was, okay, well, if you are what your record says you are, then you're well below 500 general manager. And that's part of the problem. And then later, when people were asking him, what do you need to do? And then it was just kind of talking in circles for the next 35, 40 minutes. I shut it off towards the end. It was kind of a waste of my time. It really was.
All right, we'll get into some of the other comments that AJ made and why we really don't have much more clarity on the future of the San Diego Padres than we did. Usually those news conferences are designed to provide at least some clarity. Got very little from yesterday's news conference other than
you say accountability, but I never heard one time. It's on me, man. It's my fault. It's on me. I did that. I am the only person responsible for this team.
Well, I don't think he believes he's the only person responsible. I think he believes it's a team effort, and everybody, including him in the building, is responsible. So, I mean, that's how he always talks. He always says it's collaborative. Hey, every voice in the room is important. We listen to everyone, all the ideas. So that's how AJ speaks, and we heard more of that from him yesterday. We'll get into some of those comments coming up next with Bennett Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. There's one thing I would have done 100% without question if I was hosting that press conference yesterday, or even if I was advising AJ Preller, that he failed to do, in my mind. I will tell you what that is coming up. I'll guess I'm Ben Woods, appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Have more of our breakdown of yesterday's discussion with the general manager and president of baseball operations of the Padres right after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Kelly Danick.
Looks like double trouble out of the South Bay, northbound side of the 5 before L Street. Crash has been cleared into the center divide. Up ahead before East Street, another crash in the center divide. This one involves a motorcycle. Watch out for some debris in the fast lane. Still clearing an accident on the Coronado Bridge heading over to the island about mid-span. Car and motorcycle involved in that one. They're moving that out of the right lane. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
So there was one overriding question, whether you thought there were good questions, bad questions, mix of both from the San Diego media. If you were listening in live here on 97.3 The Fan yesterday,
Wow.
there was one thing that everybody wanted to know in San Diego.
Like 97, like on the radio.
Yeah,
On the
radio.
actual radio. Yeah.
We had it live for you on the radio.
On the transistor radio.
Yeah.
The FM dial.
There was one thing.
That's about it.
That's it.
I think beyond anything else that everybody wanted to know. And it was going to be, all right, well, what changes are going to happen? Woods, as you like to say, if nothing changes. Nothing changes. So where are you going to start those changes? And, of course, that was one of the questions asked of AJ Preller yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously every year is different with the roster, so I think we'll get into that here over the next couple of weeks, free agency trades, everything from that standpoint. I think we'll look back and, hey, like, I think some of the things that me and Bob already have talked about, how well did we handle the expectations, talk about, our ability to perform when it mattered most, kind of high leverage situations. I think, again, like looking from an offensive standpoint, we, as the year got on, we got better, but ability to handle right-hand pitching, creating a deep and talented bullpen and a deep pitching staff. Those are all different things that we'll continue to talk about, and I think things that are going to have to be better, like going forward. But I think the flip of it is we've got some really talented players here, and we've got a core group of players that have done a ton of winning, both here in San Diego and on other teams. I think it's a good place to start, like moving forward. But I think we're in that process now over the course of the next few weeks and months where we'll evaluate our team, kind of look at some of those things I just mentioned and say, all right, how do we get that going better from a roster standpoint, from a performance standpoint? I think if we can nail a few of those things, we're going to be in a pretty good spot next year.
All right, I'm a fair-minded person. Wouldn't you say that, Woods?
Very.
Probably more than most.
Yeah, way more than me.
So I think I understand that they're not going to have every answer
Today.
to everything they're going to do. We're 3 days into the offseason, and I would hope that there would be a methodical analysis of things that you can do better. And I was not expecting a comprehensive overall, 97-point plan on ways we're changing our personnel and infrastructure. And I knew, we weren't going to find out what moves they were going to make on the roster. I totally understand that. I'm not an unreasonable person. But if I was advising AJ Preller, I would have told him, come into this Zoom with at least one very specific thing that you want to change. Not he went through a list of things the Padres need to improve on. Guess what? Every team has a list of things. Hitting against right-handed pitching. Fine. Every team can go through at the end of the season and find a list of things that you need to improve on. That's not what we were all interested in hearing about. We wanted to know about how you go about making those improvements. The decision-making, the culture, the processes that you go through that have been called into question pretty strongly over the last, month in pieces that have been written, from comments inside and outside the organization about the way you do things. And I would have come at least with something very specific and introspective about how we were going to really attack some of the things that people have said that we are not doing well in our organization. And that's what I didn't hear yesterday that I felt disappointed in the most. I heard
what would that answer have
I
sounded
heard nothing
like?
but we're going to continue to look into ways that we can get better.
Right.
Guess what team also does that? Every other team.
The Royals.
Every other team at the end of a season will look into ways that they can be better.
Now,
That's
the
not
A's may not, but I think every 29 of the other teams may do that.
That's not an answer. That if you're not, that's the baseline. That's the baseline for being a sports team. Oh, good. You're going to look into ways you can be better this offseason. Fantastic. I am well rested and assured that we're on the right path now. Oh, last year you thought, man, we don't want to look into ways we can be better, but this year you're going to do that. No, you've done that every year. Every team does that every year. I was hoping there might be something a little more specific. Just you've been thinking about over the last month after hearing some of these things.
We're going to retool our hitting lab. We're going to invest in technology.
Yes.
We are going to do this. We are going to do that, whatever it may be.
I mean, they are truly running it back.
They are literally just running it back.
We talked about it over the last couple of weeks as a possibility, but we kind of really all felt like something would change.
And it still may. It still may.
Yeah.
I mean, he basically said, he's not going to comment on staff and things right now, contracts that are up and contracts that are, whatever.
And that's very typical of AJ Preller.
Right.
It's always been the way.
And I understand that. That's okay. But I thought the closest he came to acknowledging the possibility of a change was when he discussed hiring a general manager. And I think a lot of people rolled their eyes and go, well, I mean, if he's working for AJ, what change is that? If you're just hiring someone who then reports to you and you make the final decisions, is that really going to change anything? I would argue that if you make a smart hire of a general manager under AJ Preller, even if it's still ultimately AJ's call and AJ's decision, it's not as though AJ makes every bad decision every single time. He's made a lot of good decisions while he's been general
100%.
manager of the Padres as well.
No question.
But if you hire someone who might be a better interface with the clubhouse, that puts a layer between you and Bob Melvin, that handles the communications a little bit better, that gives a little better press conference perhaps than you do, and you don't have to do it quite as often and always be the mouthpiece for the organization, that could legitimately be something that could benefit the San Diego Padres. And he did acknowledge that is something that has been talked about and discussed. I would say do more discussing of that, and then actually go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do
it's been on the table that we've talked about and throughout different points last offseason and this year. And again, I think the biggest thing for myself, conversations I'll have with continue to have with Peter. I think we just want to have as good a team, as good a leadership team as you can have, and I feel good about the current group. But I also always going to be open if we can add somebody in place that somebody brings different experiences to the team that can help us perform better on the field and give us some different perspectives. I'll always be open to that, and I think that's something, again, as we get into the off season, adding to or having some different skill sets and people that contribute. I think we'll continue having those conversations as we get into the next couple of months.
All right, I like that, and I'm not talking about hiring an out of the box rugby coach from New Zealand. I'm talking about bringing in a solid someone from a different organization. Not promoting one of the people who's always, and I understand that probably would feel unfair to
I am the new GM
to other people. I'm talking about bringing someone with a different perspective who's worked in a successful, another franchise that's done things well recently, that is due for a promotion, that you can put in maybe as a general manager under AJ Preller. I like that idea.
I think it would be awesome.
Yeah.
And again, another voice in the room, somebody that's done it, somebody that can challenge, AJ, check AJ. Everyone needs to be checked. Everybody's got to be checked from time to time. No one can just run rampant and do whatever they want. Everybody's got somebody to report to. Even me. I have to report to Adam, and I get my hand slapped by him all the time for good reason. All right, but without him, where would I be without him? Nude in here on this stream right now, right? bottle of whiskey next to me, like edibles, the whole bit. Like, that's where I'd be without a boss. So I think it's a good thing. And I think it would speak volumes about your commitment to winning. I really do. I think if you say, you know what? Yeah, I'm let me focus on this and let me have somebody else to, like you said, be the interface, do the press conferences, come on the show, whatever it may be. And answer questions as honestly as they can. But I understand, too, this is not an indictment on AJ Preller or really any GM, because if you're a GM, day 3 of the offseason, you don't come on, hold up your cards and turn them around to the camera and go, look what we got. These are our aces in the hole. This is what we're going to do. I understand being guarded. I understand being vague. It's kind of part of the gig. It's part of the gig. Yeah. So, there's not a general manager around that's going to give you everything you want.
No, everyone has strengths and weaknesses, as does AJ. Strengths, talent evaluation, working hard, the scouting department he's put together. Weaknesses, communication skills. You can hear that when he's at a press conference. You can hear that when he does radio interviews. And I'm sure that players and coaches, hear it as well. It's not that he's unlikable. I like AJ. But his communication skills, he's sometimes hard to, he's muddled and hard to understand a bit when he's trying to communicate something. It's not his strong point. I don't think you have to be a great communicator to be a general manager. Now, if he was the manager of the team, you'd go, this is the wrong role for you. This is not the right thing for you.
Right spot.
A GM doesn't necessarily, a lot of GMs, you don't hear from much at all.
Correct.
And maybe that's the kind of GM that AJ really needs to be. But when you're both president of baseball operations and GM,
you got to be out there.
And by the way, you run your organization where you don't really want other people speaking for the team, that's absolutely true. Fine. That's okay. But that leaves it all on you. Then you kind of have to be a better communicator than what AJ has shown himself to be. But there are other ways to do this. Like I said, you could hire a GM who is a good communicator and an interface. You could perhaps, push forward other members of your organization that do that well while you focus on the things that you do well. I don't come up with the bits for the show, generally. You know why? I'm not that good at it.
It's true.
Woods is much better at it. So, he focuses on that portion of the show. And we try to, do the things that we do well to make the team successful. Play to our strengths.
Play to our strengths.
And that's what I think AJ really, going forward, should play to his strengths a little bit more and take off from his plate some of the things where he's not as strong.
Yeah, it's the umpire argument that I like to make all the time too. Umpires, if they got upset about robot umps, they would think that they were doing something wrong. If I was a professional umpire, I would say, please, God, take this off my plate. Take the worst part of my job. Everybody has a job. There are things in everyone's job that you absolutely loathe doing, but it's a part of the gig. The rest of it's pretty good, but you have to do X. If you're a home plate umpire and they're like, hey, we're going to bring in robots, challenge system, the whole bit. If I'm an umpire, I'm like, good. That way I don't have Skip Schumacher screaming at me. I don't have Dave Roberts pouting at me. I don't have Bob Melvin looking at me like I'm an idiot.
Yeah, your
it's
pay
not
is
on me,
remain the
bud.
same. We're just going to take that off.
Take that off your plate.
I think we all have a little bit of that insecurity that if we admit that we're not good at a part of our job, then people start to wonder, well, why do we need that person to begin with? Hey, if umpires aren't hey, if we can do robot umpires, maybe we can fully make fully robot umpires, and we don't need them at all. And then you're out of a job. But you got to be confident in what you do well, and you got to be confident in acknowledging when you don't do something well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. One more before we go, Paulie. Let's do number 4. How do you address the depth with a lower payroll allegedly in 2024?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's, again, I think we always try, from the team, it's you've got to have really, if you're going to win a World Series, you need to have, supremely talented players and a lot of them. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything different from a team build standpoint. We didn't build the team saying, hey, we're looking to have, 4 superstar players and, that's it. I mean, I think from our standpoint, we look up and, you look at a Ha-Seong Kim, what he did, guys like Cronenworth and Grisham, guys like Campusano and his development, Gary Sanchez. I think like, 1 through 9, there's we feel like we have a good team, and there's a lot of different ways to build it. There's teams playing in October right now that, if you look at production from players 9 through 13 on their roster, is very minimal, but the top 4 or 5 guys perform very well. There's other teams that 1 through 13 have a pretty good equal balance and blend. So there's no one way to get there. Every year is a little bit different. I think for us, like, this year we didn't get there, and I think next year is going to be a different year, different team, different players. I think we feel confident that from a farm system standpoint, we've got, a group that now getting to AA in the upper levels that is going to be able to help us and provide some more of that depth component. But yeah, I think, like, honestly, I think it's no different every year when we go into the off season, building a quality roster with a lot of different answers and possibilities and options for Bob and his staff. And that involves depth and also some impactful players that perform at their highest level.
No, I'll tell you what, man. The playoffs so far. The first day I was excited because it was the playoffs. Yesterday's games were meh. Everybody swept, and we're going to get into the Major League Baseball playoffs. So there's no baseball today, no baseball tomorrow. Really well done, Rob, the way you scheduled that. Really, really solid. Now you have to go up against college football and the NFL. It's smart, really, really smart. So now you have 2 full days without baseball. Have you guys been watching the relief core of pretty much every team that moved on? Staggering.
Pretty damn good.
Staggering. Like the arms, I'm salivating over some of the guys in the D-backs bullpen, some of the guys in the Phillies bullpen. And you look at that and go, where's that? Where's even close to that? That's why I'm in Pity City. I just can't wrap my head around that running it back is going to be the best thing for this team.
Let's go through some of those performances yesterday in the wild card round. We'll get back to more AJ sound as well. And it'll be time for some real or fake when we come back. That was a quick first hour. Hour number 2 of Ben and Woods next here on 97.3 The Fan. We'll be right back.
You can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done. Thank you. Have a great day.
I'm living here.
4 teams are in Pity City.
Yeah.
Whose playoff, they won as many playoff games as the Padres. The Rays, the Blue Jays, the Brewers, and the Marlins all 0 for the postseason as they all get swept out yesterday in what was an underwhelming wild card round. 2 and done, all of the series, no walk-offs. I mean, very, very few of the games even were in question in the 9th inning. Like the tying run never
Brewers
even
got close.
Yeah, they lost 5-2.
They had the tying run up in the last. Wilson,
they did.
Not Wilson. William Contreras, Cade, with men on second and third. Home run would have tied it, but
both Blue Jays losses were close, but they never really scored or did anything.
They did nothing.
Didn't really feel like they were that close.
You saw a lot of.
They had 9 singles.
You saw a lot of playoff tight b-hole, right? You saw a lot of moves that bad base running, pickoffs. I mean, the Sonny Gray pickoff yesterday in that game of Vladdy Jr. was just a backbreaker. John Birdie last night got picked off for the Marlins.
Yeah.
You saw Dalton Varsho. I thought one of the weirder things that happened. Dalton Varsho comes up, runners on first and second, 1 out, and he lays down a sacrifice bunt, leaving it up to George Springer, who did not get the job done. Like, swing away, man. You're in the playoffs. There's an out already. You're going to give them another out?
If there's one team that looked the most unprepared, it was the Blue Jays. And manager John Schneider, the decision to take out Barrios.
He's in the chamber today.
After 3 innings. Not that, they never scored, so it's hard to say, well, you would have won if you had left him in.
Yeah, they never scored.
They never scored, so I don't know that would have been the case. But that felt like a panic move.
Big time.
When you take a guy who's been really good for you out after 3+ innings.
Yeah, they scored 1 run in 2 games. I mean, obviously that's what kills you. And man, let's say this. I say this with all due respect. Let's stop looking at the Rays as this great model to model your franchise after. Let's stop, because they have 1 playoff win in the last 3 seasons. They've scored 2 runs in their last 35+ innings. They won 99 games. That's astounding. I tip my hat to you. You're in a very difficult division and you don't spend a lot of money. That's a good thing. Great. Congrats. But that's not the model. The Padres have more playoff wins than they do in the last 3 years, by far.
The crazy thing is, after the start they got
not appearances, wins.
If you had told someone back in late April, early May, what were the Rays like? Insane.
They were insane. They won the World Series in May.
Yeah. Okay. What if I told you the Rays weren't going to win a single playoff game this year?
They would score 2 runs in the playoffs.
I mean, playoffs are crazy, but that was a team that peaked in the first month and a half of the season.
No doubt.
The Wander Franco thing happened. They lost Shane McClanahan.
That's brutal.
A little out of their control. I will also say this. Bruce Bochy, after the Rangers win, said we pretty much played our 2 best games of the year.
They really played well, man.
Whatever Bruce Bochy has figured out about how to get teams to perform in the playoffs. Took the Padres to a World Series in '98. Of course, won 3 of them with the San Francisco Giants, and now in his first chance has the Rangers, at least for the first 2 games, a team that was not playing great down the stretch.
At all.
Playing really good baseball to start the postseason.
Getting major contributions from the unheralded, the rookie catcher, guys like that. It's just they showed up, man. They showed up big time. Their pitching really showed up big time. That was a laugher. That was a laugher yesterday. And then, of course, our other laugher was our beloved Marlins drop. I mean, the Phillies look pretty much unbeatable. At the end of the day, you look at it and go, you didn't have anywhere near the talent that those guys. They did fight. They battled. They made some horrible mistakes. Jazz Chisholm was another one of those guys. When the moment got a little bit too big, he's trying to bunt. Remember the other night, he's trying to bunt. They're like, bro, swing away. You've got pop. You don't need to move anybody over right now. You get in the playoffs, and you tend to play differently than you normally would. You see the teams that just stick to what they do best and play their style of baseball, they win. But John Schneider today, I don't know what Toronto sports radio sounds like. Probably very nice and kind, because they're Canadians, and most Canadians are very, very nice. But I saw him getting dragged yesterday. And then I saw all of the anti-analytics folk come out and say, this is the problem with analytics. That's probably a move that was made upstairs before the game. And, hey, that may be the case. Don't make analytics out to be the boogeyman necessarily, Ben. But you have to have a little bit more feel there. He was cruising. And I know that he had put some guys on. But, man, you got to let Barrios get out of that. You got to let him fight through that. And I understand it's an elimination game, but holy cow, it just seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back.
I was watching the playoffs the last couple of days and found myself wondering, what would have happened if the Padres did the miracle of all miracles
if we got in
as hot as they were in the month of September. Best team in baseball in the month of September.
Oh,
I don't think they win a game.
We advance.
You think they advance?
We beat the Brewers, I think. Yeah. I think we could have won.
We would have played the
Brewers.
We would have played the Brewers.
Yeah, I think we could have gotten past the Brewers. I do.
Diamondbacks certainly did.
Yeah. I think, and again,
especially with Woodruff out, that would have helped. And Burns looked beatable the first day. It's I don't know. I mean,
but
the Brewers did dominate the Padres during the regular season.
Yeah, it's true. I will say this: you do feel like it's the Phillies Braves to win the whole thing.
All right,
like
I want to talk about that. First, let's get a contestant on the line. We're going to play Real or Fake here in a moment. 833-288-0973. No musical knowledge needed. Just our 7-round guessing game to try to qualify for a trip to Las Vegas. So call now if you want to play. 833-288-0973.
We had too much time off.
I agree with you. Phillies Braves. It's a 5-game series. I wish it was 7. I wish you really had.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Phillies, and this is the reward for being the Braves and being the number 1 seed. So game 1 will be on Saturday. Mm-hmm. So the Phillies won't be able to use either Wheeler or Nola in game 1. They can bring game 2 is on Monday. So they can bring Wheeler back for game 2.
Yeah.
And then Nola can come back for game 3. But you're not going to be able to use both of those guys twice in the 5-game series. So the Braves will have that slight pitching edge in setting up their rotation better than the Phillies can in a 5-game series.
They will, but they also have more it's dicier with their rotation.
It is.
With Fried and his finger, Morton, they don't know. So you got Strider. I don't know who else they got. Strider, Fried, Morton. Yeah, it kind of evens out. It kind of evens out because of the injuries and things like that.
So ultimately, the Braves get 3 games at home. Phillies get 2. Going to be very tough to win a game in Philly. Philly's going to have to steal at least 1 game in Atlanta. If I'm the Braves, it's like we got to protect home turf like no other because you do not want to have to go into Philly right now and win a game.
It absolutely sucks that it's a 5-game series.
It does.
Yeah, it sucks. We need 7. We need 12, 13. Would be great.
I think the Dodgers are actually vulnerable to the Diamondbacks in this series. The familiarity of the matchups, just like they were to the Padres last year. Diamondbacks have a little momentum. You see Torey Lovullo dropping like 17 F-bombs in his celebration yesterday. They've got a little confidence going into that series. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all, but we'll see. The Dodgers pitching staff, obviously, even in worse shape than the Braves pitching staff. And they didn't even have to go to Merrill Kelly, who's their number 2 starter, because they started with Fott. So they'll be able to go to Kelly in game 1. And I think they can bring back Gallen in game 2. So they'll have Kelly twice and possibly Gallen twice. He could come back for game 5. So their pitching is set up much better than the Phillies is for that series against the Dodgers in a 5-gamer.
Yeah, Dodgers still favored, heavy favorites to win that series, but we'll see. We know stranger things have happened in the playoffs, as we know here.
And then the American League, Rangers, Orioles, and Twins, Astros, which is interesting.
That's going to be a good one, too.
Carlos Correa going up against his old team.
It's going to be really good.
The Twins are the team you thought, well, they're always out. They're going to lose 2 games. Now that they're through,
they're feeling it, man.
They look like a more interesting team all of a sudden.
Well, and they're really dialed in. They're really locked in.
I think Texas and Baltimore is going to be fascinating.
It's going to be awesome, too.
We'll obviously probably preview a little bit more tomorrow as we get closer to those games. But as Wood said, we got to wait until Saturday now until all 4 series start. And then there's no National League games on Sunday at all. There's just the 2 American League games because they didn't want to go up against all the NFL games. So it's a little slower start to the division series coming up.
2 national.
4 games on Saturday.
4 on Saturday. Okay.
And then 2 American on Sunday, 2 national on Monday.
Okay.
2 American on Tuesday, and then 4 games again on Wednesday.
All right.
That's how they have it set up.
Yeah,
I was
I'm
just
looking at Sunday's
ahead.
schedule. You're still, the American League games are going at 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So you're still going up against the afternoon NFL games and Sunday night football.
Not for me. I'll be watching all baseball, but I get it. I fully understand that not everybody will.
All right, 7:10. Let's play today's Throwback Thursday game of real or fake.
Some are here for the compelling sports talk with Ben and Woods. You can go plow through another donut. It's time for Real or Fake on 97.3 The Fan. Tell the people what they'll win today.
Do we have our real or fake sponsor here, Paulie, or is that not on the log anymore?
It's on there.
It's
just
on there?
not on yours.
All right. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Paulie will call it up. We got Josh as our
It's
contestant
real
on the
or
line.
fake. It's
Thank you.
brought to you. We tell you every week.
Home
It's
turf.
brought to you by
Turf.
Home
Our
Turf.
beloved, my beloved home turf.
Save time
I just
and
don't know
water.
the phone number.
Well, save time and water with pet-friendly, always green grass, and get a free consultation by calling the team at Home Turf at 888-4SD-TURF.
I did
or
that.
you can go to sdhometurf.com.
Thank you, Paulie.
You're welcome.
All right, Josh, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
We're
doing
good.
well, man.
All right, you're playing real or fake today, which means you just have to get 4 out of the 7 right. I think this should be a piece of cake today. If you do it, you will qualify for our 2-night grand prize drawing to the Westgate Las Vegas. Tickets to Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons at the International Theater. You can get your own tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Check out the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino and their $70 million in room renovations. All right, Josh. In honor of the Minnesota Twins winning their first playoff series in more than 20 years, sports twins are the category today on Real or Fake.
Well, I like this.
I will give you a pair of athletes. All you have to do is tell me if they are a real set of twins or a fake, which would be just siblings that are not born at the same time. So twins are not twins. Josh, you get the game?
Yeah, it's terrible.
All right. All right, let's go. Here we go. Round 1. Baseball players Jose and Ozzie Canseco. Real or fake? Twins or not twins?
Not twins.
That is incorrect.
We're
They are twins. They're identical twins.
You can
actually.
ask me for help as well.
That's right. Woods will know. That's all right. That's just round 1.
Woods, I don't trust you. I've seen you play this game.
All right, let's
Hey,
go.
Hey.
This
What
one
in
might
the-
be tougher for Woods. Let's go
What
with
in the world?
hockey stars Henrik and Daniel Sedin.
I'm just going to tell them the wrong answer.
Real
now.
or real or fake twins,
I
Josh?
wouldn't ask me either, sucker.
Henrik and Daniel Sedin.
All right, let's go for it.
Fake.
Josh, you got to give me your final answer, though.
I'll go ahead and go with that fake.
Fake. Woods, are you taking him down the wrong path? Because it's real. They're both twins. We're 0 for 2 now.
Good.
I told
right.
you.
We have comebacks in this game all the time, Josh. Here we go. Round 3. NFL players Jason and Travis Kelce. Real or fake twins, Josh?
Fake.
Fake. They're just brothers. Very good. All right, we're on the board. We got 1 as we go to round number 4. All right, here we go. Round 4. Football coaches Rex and Rob Ryan. Real or fake
Real.
twins?
That's
Yeah.
real.
Their haircuts
They
are
look
very
different.
but
Well, so are their fetishes.
they
but
are identical twins.
I think.
You never know.
Yeah.
All right, we're now at 2 correct with 3 to go. All right, round 5. Golfers Eduardo and Francesco Molinari. Real or fake twins? Josh?
I'm going to go with real.
No, they're just brothers. They are not twins.
I would've said
All
real,
right,
too.
you got to get these last 2 right. Pressure is now on Josh. Basketball players Brooke and Robin Lopez. Real or
Real.
fake? All right, you got that one right away.
Fast.
Somehow it always goes
Weird.
around
Game
7.
7.
Yep.
Game 7 of Real or Fake. All right, for all the marbles, boxers Michael and Leon Spinks. Real or fake, Josh? Twins.
What do you got, Woods?
4 Woods. He's in the torture chamber. I'll say he doesn't look confident with anything he says, Josh.
I can picture Leon Spinks' face. I'm going to say fake.
He says fake. Josh, what do you say?
I'm going to roll with it. Don't let me down. Let's go with fake.
Yes! It's fake! Nice job, Woods. Nice job, Josh.
Would you like to take back your insults?
Hey, way
Congratulations.
to get lucky on that one, Woods.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Man, he's mean. Josh,
Hey,
hang on the line.
Enjoy Frankie Valley, pal.
Hang on the line. Paul, you'll get all your information during the break, so stick around. And congratulations. We'll put you into the drawing for our grand prize at the end of the month.
How do you guys think he sounds right now?
Great.
He's 89 years
Fantastic.
old.
Can he still hit those highs?
I love you, baby.
Why, Westgate, simply the best.
if it's quite all right, I need you, baby. I forgot the words.
Why are we
I'm not.
taking shots at our prize?
He has a
for the
glass of Ensure up there that he just drinks throughout the show.
month? All right, we will come back.
Does he
with,
stand up the whole set, or does he sit on a bench?
I saw Brian Wilson in concert a couple of years ago.
I saw Loretta Lynn, and she had broken her foot, so she just sat on a throne and did the whole show. It was
That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool.
It was badass.
All right, Don't Do This is coming up next. Evan Neal of the New York Giants.
Ooh, tell me we have the radio blast.
Oh, I don't know. We got to
I'll
find the
it.
audio.
I'll find it.
All
I'll
right,
find
we'll
it.
do that coming up next. Ben and Woods on San Diego's #1 sports station. Let's check traffic right now on 97.3 The Fan. This hour, Ben and Woods, brought to you by the Golf Mart. Let's get right into it. I will start us today on Don't Do This with a, I was going to say, a painful lesson here for second-year New York Giants right tackle Evan Neal. Came from Alabama, was the 7th overall draft pick last year, so he doesn't really know anything other than success and winning. Last year, the Giants made a surprise run to the playoffs. Everything was good. Everything not so good in Giants land the first 4 games of the season. They're 1-3. They've been outscored 64-3 at home and in prime time. And, that led to a lot of boos from the crowd. And Evan, he had some comments about it, talking to NJ Advanced Media yesterday. Said they were booing us, so I said boo louder. All right, fine. I have no problem with that. Then he started getting into calling his own team's fans fair weather and bandwagoners, and then he really took it to the next level. Why would a lion concern himself with the opinion of a sheep?
Yep.
The person that's commenting on my performance, what does he do? Flip hot dogs and hamburgers somewhere? Okay, so these are your team's fans. These are the lifeblood of your industry and your sport, and the people that pay your salary, essentially, with buying tickets and supporting your team. Not necessarily the best thing. Now, I could go in on it, but why don't we let a real New Yorker go ahead and do that? This was Don LaGreca from the Michael K. Show.
Yeah, this is unreal.
Right tackle Evan Neal looked up towards the stands, raised his arms, and gestured sarcastically. He said he did not flip off fans, but he did yell a clear message to them. They are booing us, so I said, boo louder, Neal told NJ Advanced Media on Wednesday. Why would a lion concern himself with the opinion of a sheep, he added. The person that's commenting on my performance, what does he do? Flip hot dogs and hamburgers somewhere? Are you kidding me? I'd cut his ass. I would. How dare you? These people pay your salary. They pay an obnoxious amount of money to park, an obnoxious amount of money for PSLs, to sit there and watch this pap, and you call them hamburger flippers? What, you're so much better? I'd rather have a guy that's flipping hamburgers blocked than your piece of garbage ass. Who the hell are you to talk to fans like that? You piece of garbage. Whoa. I hate when players do that. You're not above us. What, because you happen to play a sport? You're better than me? You're better than the people that pay your salary? These Giant fans were here before you, and they'll be here after your sorry ass is cut. What a piece of human trash. And I don't want to hear some apology. I don't want to hear, I was taken out of context. I don't want to hear, done. I would cut his...
What happened?
They cut it
off?
That's all right. I think we knew where we were
we get the point.
What, because you happen to play a sport? You're better than me? You're better than the people that pay your salary? These Giant fans were here before you, and they'll be here after your sorry ass is cut. What a piece of human trash. And I don't want to hear some apology. I don't want to hear, I was taken out of context. I don't want to hear, done. I would cut his fat ass.
We weren't
You
done.
see him in the mall of Willowbrook, boo his ass. If you see him on the DMV, boo him. Don't stop booing him. If he goes to the Pro Bowl, boo him. If he wins a Super Bowl, boo his sorry ass. Screw that guy. We're not nobody. Flipping, but how do you condescend to people that pay to watch you play? Poorly, I might add.
Wow, it's fantastic.
Evan Neal apologized in a post on X. I am wrong for lashing out at the fans who are just as passionate and frustrated as I am. I let my frustrations in my play and desire to win get the best of me. I had no right to make light of anyone's job, and I deeply regret the things that I said.
All good, man. Move on.
He was terrible, by the way.
Terrible. They were showing
I think he gave like 7 pressures, part of the 11 sacks.
11
He was
sacks.
horrible.
It was horrendous. Speaking of horrendous, saw this story this morning. It's the playoffs in baseball, and every stadium of the home team, they want to do something big. Hey, come in and try our blank. We've done this special sandwich or something for the playoffs, and I got to read this one to you. I mean, every stadium's doing something. In Atlanta, this sandwich is called the Chicken Ain't Nothing But a Bird Blue Sandwich. It's a mouthful, literally. It's got 3 glazed donuts, pickled green tomatoes, and 2 fried chicken breasts, all topped off with powdered sugar. So you've got donut, chicken breast.
Is the donut of the bun?
Donut's the bun at the bottom.
I've seen that at the fair.
Chicken breast, fried green tomato. donut, chicken breast, fried green tomato, donut, sprinkled powdered sugar on top as a sandwich. Would you try that?
No.
I can hear my heart.
No. The
stop.
powdered sugar just kind of ruins it for me.
Really? Not the chicken breast and donut
I could do the
stack.
chicken breast and the donut, but don't cover it in powdered
So
sugar.
I tried the thing at the fair with the Krispy Kreme and the burger.
Read it again, one more time.
All right. It's called The Chicken Ain't Nothing But a Bird, Blue.
So I'm looking at it now, so I want to hear it as I
3
watch
glazed
it.
downnuts, pickled
What's
green
the
tomatoes.
third one? Is it like a Big Mac?
it's like a
with
Big
a
Mac, yeah.
a donut
Yep.
in the middle as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
donuts for the bread.
All right, so one chicken breast in between each layer.
Correct. And then a fried green tomato on top
And-
of each.
and powdered sugar.
And powdered sugar.
Just
on
doesn't sound well balanced.
Donut, fried chicken, fried green tomato, donut, fried chicken, fried green
Right.
tomato, donut,
Then the
powdered sugar on
Then
top.
in Philly, the Schwarburger that they put out. I would eat this one. Beef, smoked brisket, cheese, bacon, onion rings, and a whole lot more. It is like a bun, brisket, a burger, bacon, onion ring, bun, onion ring on top. It looks incredible. That one looks incredible. But again, that's got to be 55,000 calories.
What would we have to construct at Petco Park to make like the San Diego version?
Ooh, a
Like-
burrito
A burrito,
on top of
a chicken sandwich with a fish taco.
fish taco on
We gotta
top.
have a fish taco somewhere
I
on
think
top.
so.
You know?
I think so. But yeah, just take your cholesterol meds if you're going to these games. You want to try one. Remember, I went to Kansas City and tried the Reese's barbecue sandwich. One of the best things I've ever had in my life.
Reese's.
All right,
All right.
this.
Finally, a little do this. It's when you have disappointed fans,
mega doo-doo.
sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. So in the MLS, Messi and Miami were playing in Chicago last night, except unfortunately, Messi's been hurt. He's missed a few games. They had promoted the heck out of it in Chicago, the Fire. They sold 61,000 tickets for Soldier Field. Most of those people are there to see Messi. So instead of having a really unhappy fan base on their hands, I thought the way that Chicago handled it was pretty well. They said, hey, we understand you're going to be bummed that Messi's not here. But if you still come to the game, I mean, we'll give you we'll refund your tickets if you want. But if you come to the game, we'll give you $250 in credit for next season tickets, or $50 in credit for individual tickets for next season to come back and come to another game sometime in the future. And I thought, hey, how about making chicken salad out of a bad situation? Which I know is not the expression, but I thought that was a well-handled maneuver by the Chicago Fire on a situation that was kind of out of their control. I mean, you can't make the other team's star play.
Get your ass out there and play.
It's your
Frankie
game.
Valley, get your ass on
And they won the
stage.
game, too, 4-1. So maybe they left with some happy fans at the end.
That's a good move,
Yeah.
man. Anytime you can do something like that, that's great.
All right, and that's don't and do this for a Thursday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we'll got some more of the AJ Preller news conference yesterday audio. I'd like to hear from the Tier 1s as well. You heard what we had to say in the first hour. What do you have to say? 833-288-0973. We'll open up our phone lines here at the bottom of the hour. Take your calls coming up next here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Gave you some of our thoughts on AJ Preller. I was disappointed that he didn't have at least one or two specific points of change that he thought that the organization should tackle this offseason. Not just improvements. Clearly, every team strives to get better. We understand that, AJ. You don't need to tell us. We don't need a press conference to know. We want to get better. I know you want to get better. How are you going to do it? That's what I was looking for. That's what I was disappointed in. What were your thoughts? 833-288-0973. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Just a reminder, you can tune in to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. That'll be tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Each Friday, they break down all the games in the NFL, biggest stories in the league, packed into 1 hour. You can also catch it on the free Odyssey app, presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it and by Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. All right, I see some phone callers on the line. You can join them, 833-288-0973. Get to that right after traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air conditioning company. Guys, we have plenty of problems on our roads this morning. Northbound side of the 5 before East Street. Got a collision. Looks like that is in the center divide. Also going to find on the westbound side of the King Freeway before 28th Street. A collision blocking middle lanes. Crash on the 43rd Street off-ramp, northbound 805. Also traveling on northbound 5 at Carmel Valley Road off-ramp, a collision, and crash on southbound 5 before Lucadia. It's got the HOV lane blocked. Looking for the best in HVAC? Choose Air Max, San Diego's highest-rated heating and air company with free diagnostics on all repairs and estimates. See why over 1,100 happy customers have given Air Max 5-star Yelp reviews. See Air Max today at airmax.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Yeah, Bob is our manager, and it's going to be our manager going forward. I think both he and I, a lot's been said obviously in the last few weeks, but both he and I are very excited, about the challenge of getting this group, back to the postseason next year. We've had it, again, I think, from that standpoint, a lot's been said, and I think with Bob and myself, I think we just, even in the last couple days, you get a chance to recap and look at some different things. And, both of us feel really good about where things are at going forward.
All right. So that was the headline that, ESPN.com, papers, television, everywhere. Bob Melvin is coming back as manager next season. And I don't think you can interpret it any other way. I know that there were some people who were looking for the wiggle room and the exception and the out. Yeah,
I'm right here.
You're one of them.
Well, let's play it. We have it, right?
Do we have the follow-up question? Just like what happens if there is interest from other teams like the Giants or the Mets for their managerial opening for Bob Melvin? I think it was. I think it was a question. It was like, you can find it. Basically, what AJ said was, where we don't comment on those kind of scenarios.
Right. He's under contract for a year, and that's
you were one.
That's it.
You were thinking he could say something to the effect of, "Yeah, no. I mean, if someone asked, we would deny permission. He's our manager going forward. That's it."
I mean, they've made me uneasy. I'm uneasy because they've made me uneasy. I'm not an uneasy person. They've made me uneasy.
If there were to be an opportunity to come up for Bob, would that be something that he could pursue?
Yeah, I think in terms of those questions, I think those are all kind of personal matters and private matters. We never really comment on those in terms of other clubs and interest in any of our employees. Right. I think again with Bob, he's under contract. He's our manager. And I think we're both excited going forward into the off season.
The Sixers GM says the same thing about James Harden. Just FYI. Yeah, he's under contract, so he'll be here.
Planning on him being here.
Yeah, he's going to be here. You hear that in sports all the time. All the time. Oh, well, yeah, he's got another year left on his deal. It's not the ringing endorsement I wanted. He's coming back. Somebody asked him too about contract extension. No, I'm not going to comment on that. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's
how do you
pretty
think
clear.
Bob Melvin feels? Do you think he signed a 3-year contract? Not sure that he wanted to manage anywhere.
Annie made that point. Our beloved Annie Halliburton made that point on Twitter yesterday. Hey, just remember, this potentially was by Bob's own admission, This is kind of my last one. I'll take this one and I'm done, right off into the sunset.
Like if this is somebody younger, like Aaron Boone going into a season with just 1 year,
duck,
that would
yeah.
be a true
It's
lame
different.
duck
I
situation.
mean, if the Padres are unwilling to extend Bob Melvin's contract, which I totally get. I don't know that he's earned a contract extension. Sure. And another team is willing to give Bob a guaranteed 5-year deal right now, and Bob said, hey, I would like to manage actually another 5 years, and you don't want to pay me, and they're willing to do it. Okay, that would be the one scenario where you probably would, as an employer, you might have to look and say, all right, well, then maybe we can work something out. If the Mets offered a top prospect for Bob Melvin, I would consider that. I think players are more valuable than managers. If they really if they wanted Bob so badly that they'd be willing to overpay for Bob Melvin to be their manager, yeah, AJ doesn't paint himself into a corner that, there's no wiggle room on anything. He said a couple of times, we never say no completely to anything. We will look at anything. When they talked about Juan Soto being traded, well, we're not going to say we're not going to trade him because we will listen to any possible scenario and whatever happens. So in that sense, sure. I mean, is it possible Bob Melvin could still go somewhere else? I guess anything is still possible.
Yeah.
I still think it's extremely weird that we haven't heard from Bob Melvin.
That's the other part of it. I
think it's extremely weird that he was not on the Zoom yesterday.
So what was the reason? He was traveling?
He was traveling.
Like, Bob's done, this is not his first radio. He knows that there are end-of-the-year press conferences, usually the week after your season ends.
Yeah.
I mean, usually the day after the season ends.
That doesn't come from him.
Yeah.
That comes from them. AJ's going to talk. And then maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll have Bob Melvin tomorrow. I have no idea. I'd love it. Love to. But yeah, they said, I was wondering too, because a couple of the guys that had written, the most about it, Dennis Lynn and Kevin Acee, on the press conference, and AJ's basically, it's a lot of it's overblown, and we don't really listen to anonymous sources, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, they didn't make that up. They didn't go into the clubhouse and let's player X told them, hey, this sucks in here. They're button heads. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. They didn't make that. They didn't fabricate that.
No.
Yeah, I think that's, again, like, I think the anonymous quotes and the unnamed sources, I just don't give any, we don't give any credibility to that.
Should.
And I think
absolutely
at the end of the year, I didn't say much. And honestly, it's just because we were still in contention. I think with our players and our staff, the focus was how do we, we knew it was a long shot, but it was like, yeah, let's keep grinding down the stretch, and let's try to get in the postseason, and then we'll talk about it when we get to this point in the off season. And I think from my standpoint, a lot's been overblown, and I think I think when we talk about, like I said, I mean, there are reports, hey, we don't speak, and we're talking 4 or 5 times a day. Personally, there's I think we have a friendship, and I think that all those things are, I don't put a lot of stock into the unnamed reports and sources and stories that are out of context. I think it's hard to comment on any of those things unless you have real specifics and details and names attached to those things.
Dennis and AJ on the other side of the Zoom just going, okay.
Yeah, cool. So we'll just go F ourselves.
I mean, I'll say this. You can probably go to just about anyone. If Woods, if we went, I always put you in the crosshairs, and I apologize for that.
Best.
But if I went to people you had worked with in the past and asked for anonymous quotes on Woods and what kind of
I'd know exactly who you were
teammate
talking
he
about.
is.
I'd know exactly who you were talking
yeah,
about.
but and they said something bad, and there was an anonymous quote. Would that necessarily mean that you're a problem? You still are a problem? You've always been a problem? Or,
no, I mean, things change. People change.
Things change.
Yeah.
Some of these quotes are from people in the past. I mean,
some of them were from anonymous players.
Right.
Those are the ones that I am giving
a little more
credibility
for sure.
to.
Yeah. Is there anyone in this building who might give an anonymous quote that wouldn't be that flattering to Woods?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's probably several.
It happens. It does happen. It would be stunning if there was any GM who didn't have. If you worked hard, you could find.
Do you think you're immune?
No, I don't. I don't.
To the anonymous quote,
I do not.
No, I mean, to just brush it off is you could actually say it's absolute and total garbage. Garbage. Like if a former person I worked with said, "Oh yeah, I used to steal money out of my wallet in the middle of the show," I'd be like, "He's a flat out effing liar."
An anonymous
straight up
says
said I used to take 20s out of his wallet.
I think we can say directly through, if you want to call them anonymous sources, but people we know who have worked with AJ, not all of them have painted a flattering picture of their relationship with AJ Preller. Some of them have. Some of them have worked fine with AJ. They have no problem with him whatsoever. Others have said, yeah, just, didn't get along with him great, wasn't the best of relationships. We have talked to people that we know. We haven't called them anonymous sources. It's just who we know and who we have talked to, and, it's not always great for AJ. But again, I would say that is probably the case with most general managers in baseball. They don't have a perfect relationship with every single person they've ever worked with in an organization. As a GM, you got to cut people. You got to make hard decisions that they're going to disagree with, and you're going to make enemies along the way.
People just leave, though. I mean, that's the thing. And again, I will say today, I was pretty surprised that we're just going status quo. I was. I know I shouldn't have been, but I was pretty. When I saw the email come out that says AJ Preller is going to do the press conference today on Zoom, my initial thought, well, where's Eric Krupner? Where's this Eric Casenda guy that we heard about? He's going to be in this meeting. Where's Bob Melvin? Where's, what's happening?
Where's
I really
Don
thought
Tricker?
But other than the fact that Peter Seidler has always been very forceful in his backing of his general manager and everyone else, and that even in recent weeks, everyone has said that has not changed. And then at the end of the season, he released a statement that said they have his full support. Can we be surprised at all? I mean, this is clearly the direction that Peter Seidler wants. He wants continuity. He's come on and said,
"You got it.
I believe in continuity. That's an important thing for me."
It's weird if it's continuity is a derivative of continuous, right? If it's continuously mediocre, then why would you want continuity if it's bad and and I'm not just talking about your record, I'm talking about, all of that. If every year there's a hit piece, I don't even want to call it a hit piece.
Every other year.
There's a sourced, nicely written article about, how toxic the place is. Who would want toxicity continuously? Nobody. Not that I would think. And if that truly is the case, I'm hoping these 48 hours that they spent recapping the season together really, really pays off in 2024.
See, you said just a minute ago, what was the word? Were you disappointed to see running it back in 2024?
No, I was surprised.
Surprised.
I was. I thought there would definitely be some changes. And maybe there still will be.
The three of us were pretty clear that we'd be disappointed if Bob Melvin didn't come back.
Sure.
So we're both surprised and not disappointed, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So you're pleasantly surprised that Bob Melvin is coming back?
I was surprised. I thought he would probably take the ball.
Let's get a couple of phone calls in here before the top of the hour. Let's try Ron. Ron, welcome to Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan. Hello.
Morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hey, here's the thing. We all keep looking for the reason the Padres suck this year. Well, first of all, it was because Bob Melvin and AJ Preller were in this combative state where they couldn't even talk and it was unrepairable. And it proves to be nothing but a bunch of BS, from what AJ has to say. And I can't believe that Preller's going to get up there and lie at that press conference and say, well, me and Bob get along, we have a friendship, and he even said that, hey, I don't take a lineup card down there to Bob Melvin. I don't tell him who to play, who to sit. That was a big problem too. Everybody said, oh, AJ Preller's in Bob Melvin's ears. I think the problem with this team, the toxicity that, Woods is talking about is from the players. And if some guy tells Kevin Acee, well, there's this rift between Melvin and Preller, and he doesn't want to say his name, there's a problem with that, guys. If you don't have the guts to put your name on that statement, then there's no validity to it.
Ron,
you
is
just,
that
you
is that
just
a
got a
smart
bone to pick somewhere?
Is that a smart move? Like, I'm not going to ask you who you work for, or whatever, but you've got a boss. You got,
of course,
you got.
but I can't stand him.
Well, by your own admission, then you should. If by your own kind of where you're going down the story,
Your logic.
you should walk into his office today and tell him, "You suck. I hate you. You're terrible." Like,
we've had that dialogue, guys.
Good for Ron.
But, you know,
Good for Ron.
but we have a mutual respect, and we have business to do.
Sure.
And you know, whether you have these disagreements, but you know, you got to find a way to go on.
Yeah.
And I think we should all be happy that Bob Melvin's coming back.
100%.
Right? And I think, guys, I think the changes that we're looking for, I think they're coming down the road. I think they're going to extend. I think they're going to extend Bob Melvin because there's value in that dude, and AJ knows it.
My opinion,
it's a good call,
Ron,
buddy. Really good call.
Just based on my 47 plus years on the planet and reading people and having seen a lot of these press conferences, when AJ says they have a friendship, when AJ says they talk, there are degrees of everything. I don't believe that Bob and AJ get along all that well. I don't believe that. I believe there has been, friction, and I think some of it's understandable.
I think some of it's probably healthy. Some of it's probably unhealthy.
I think some of it's overblown.
Yeah.
And I think some of it's actually accurate. It is. It's shades of gray. It's not black and white. It's not all out necessarily. Civil War was probably a bit of an overblown statement by someone. Never talking. I think that was pretty much overblown. Of course, they speak. I don't think AJ's lying. It was probably okay to start the season. Then it went south. Then when they started playing well at the end, they might have come together a little bit. I think friendship's probably, a little strong of a word that AJ used as well.
Maybe.
If they parted ways, I don't think they're going to be like lifelong buds as well. It's all degrees. It's the gray area in between. It's whether you make it work or not. You don't have to be the best of friends to put together a successful baseball team. You don't. But I don't think anyone's necessarily lying. I don't think everyone agrees on the degree of how much the dysfunction is in existence.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, we've got 2 hours to go. We got more phone calls to get to. 833-288-0973. A little Throwback Thursday coming up as well here on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, my friends, we are halfway home on a Thursday. A nice hard reset for the Ben and Woods show. A nice hard reset, I guess, for the San Diego Padres. Not really a reset, but a clean slate, right? Moving forward, as far as we know, as of today, Bob Melvin will return as the manager. AJ Preller will be back as the president of baseball operations and probably general manager, even though some ideas were bandied about on the press conference yesterday of bringing in somebody else. I think we were all in agreement that could be a really good move for the Padres. I don't see how it could really hurt them. But yeah, just another level.
Like at its worst,
insulated.
It's another mind.
Well, yeah,
to
but
kick things around.
Absolutely, and
mediator position.
It's going to be. I don't know. It's hard to make a judgment call on, well, the Padres are automatically going to be worse next year because they're losing these players. Don't know how the roster looks. You'll know on opening day what it looks like. Who's healthy? Who's recovered from surgery? Who did we get in the offseason? Who's coming up and knocking at the door for the big league? So it's foolish to speculate what they're going to look like next year. To automatically sit here and say, oh, they're going to win 100 games, you'd be a moron. But to come in here and say they're going to win 75 games, I think that's unfair as well. So that's why it's kind of a hard reset.
The reality of baseball means that you do have to wait and see. Because the Padres – next year, I made so much about run differential this year. Next year, they could have a minus 50 run differential and win the World Series.
Sure.
Or they could have a plus 120 run differential and miss the playoffs. Or
get knocked out in the first round.
They could win 92 games and miss the playoffs because the league just balanced out differently and was a weird season. Or they can go 81-81 and make the playoffs and win the division because everyone else collapses. You have to play out the season and see what happens before you can really know that, the Padres are definitely going to be worse next year.
And you have to play out the offseason, and you have to play out, I think once now we completely butchered our picks as far as number of wins. We ended up not, well, no, it was bad. Would they win 82? We all had them at mid-90s. Yeah, we were off. And by the way, that's with a miracle run at the end of the season against some bad teams. But, it took that miracle run to grab another season of above 500 baseball, which that's not the goal. That shouldn't be the goal. I don't think it is the goal. I will say, to AJ's credit, he did not give us the I'm doing you a favor here by being mediocre and shooting for 54% wins. He did not do that. Jerry Dipoto. It's going to be interesting to watch how it all plays out, though, because Dipoto is under attack in Seattle right now. And they started the same year. They each have one playoff appearance, one that counts. They're very, very similar. They have stars up in Seattle, not as many as we have. They didn't spend near as much money.
It's funny. Evan Drellick, who's one of our favorite athletic writers,
if you're gonna call this, did you see the quote he had in that article?
I read the whole thing.
It's brilliant.
But interestingly, he lights up the Seattle Mariners and Jerry Dipoto for their 54% strategy. We talked about it yesterday. Hey, let's just win 54% of our games. Try to be sustainable. And he absolutely lit up that for having that attitude. I don't know if you read all the way to the end. He also praised the Padres and said, essentially, the Padres had a successful season. Why? Not because of their win-loss total, because they sold 3 million tickets and were interesting.
Yep.
They were intriguing. They were a curiosity. They were something that it was entertainment. He said his argument is basically baseball is entertainment. And the way the Padres do it, it may not be... it may not always result in the most wins, but they're doing it way more entertaining than most other teams. And isn't that what we should be trying to go after? Not what the Seattle Mariners are trying to do.
He said the column isn't saying be reckless. I'm saying I'm tired of every team hawking their 5-year ROI hack as some sort of baseball product. He also talked about how we need to stop looking at the general managers of teams as some deity, right? And that will come in and save a franchise. And I thought, man, that's really, really brilliant. We've been doing that for a while. They're doing it in New York right now with David Stearns. They're doing it in other markets. They did it in San Francisco when they got Farhan. They do it in L.A. With Friedman. We've done it here with AJ Preller. Let's stop making those guys these deities that can come in and save a franchise, right? And I thought it was really, really, it's a well-written piece, as it always is by Evan.
But it's funny how he makes it sound like essentially AJ Preller has been a success as general manager, because what he's created is massively more interest in his baseball team. I mean, over the last 10 years than he had when he arrived. When he arrived, the Padres were,
forgotten.
The Chargers were still here and had 5 times the interest, at least, that the Padres did. Now, they left, but, over the last 10 years, the Padres have become massively San Diego's team during A.J. Preller's tenure.
Not even close.
Yeah,
right?
and in some ways, depending on if you're just grading A.J. Preller on wins and losses, of course, you gave the numbers.
Yeah.
Not just mediocre, bad. A bad 9 years as general manager for wins and losses. If you're grading by interest and tickets sold and attention for your team, AJ Preller is one of the most successful general managers in the history of any sport.
Yeah, the people are rabid for it. Still, they're rabid
for Padres baseball.
Yep.
They were disinterested and disconnected 10 years ago, and now they are rabid for Padres baseball.
It is the ultimate reality show.
It's not just AJ who's done that. It's ownership. It's the rest of the front office, the business department, what they've done at Petco Park. That is a massive effort that has successfully turned the Padres into San Diego's undisputed #1 team.
It's very interesting. So I watched, I saw Maury Brown, who we've had on the show before. Maury put out a tweet the other night, and it was talking about, there's a new, Frontline on PBS. They do a really, really good job with their documentaries. Ben Ryder, who we had on the show, he wrote Astro Ball. He did a documentary, and it's about an hour and 45, 2 hours long. Riveting. As riveting as you can get. I tweeted it yesterday, so it's on my Twitter feed at the Stephen Woods.
What?
The Astros. And the sign stealing and all that.
Ben Ryder was the one also that predicted.
He predicted
like
in 2017.
5 years before it happened that the the Astros would win the World Series in 2017.
They talk about all that on this documentary, but they also talk about the way that efficiency can be very boring in baseball. And Evan is talking about that as well. Ooh, look how efficient we are. Oh, God, I love how efficient we are. Looking at players like assets instead of like what the Phillies do. Do you get the sense that any of those guys feel like assets, or do they feel a part of the community, a team, a brotherhood? That's how they feel.
Yeah, baseball, it's not a widget factory.
Right.
If you're making widgets and you can save 1 cent on the production of widgets and cut costs and make your business more profitable, you're a smart GM. You're running your business very well. You've got the books balanced, the numbers look good. Baseball, football, basketball, they're not widget factories. They're more like the movies. What makes a good movie?
Yeah.
Is it compelling? Is it emotional? Does it get you invested? Does it get you on the edge of your seat? Does it make you feel something? Professional and college sport teams, they're trying to make you feel something as a fan. That's kind of where a lot of the success is driven. And then monetarily, that sort of follows. Once you get a fan base emotionally invested and caring about your colors and your team and your product, the money will follow. But if all you're trying to do is, okay, if we can cut payroll to this level and equal 86 wins out of that payroll level, that's not emotional. That's turning baseball into accounting. No one wants to watch their accounting team go to the accounting World Series.
And I've embraced over the last few years, from when I started doing this with you guys 5 years ago, I've embraced a lot more. I've learned a lot more. I've come to change a lot as a baseball viewer and fan, and I'm interested now in, what was the expected batting average of that 112 mile an hour shot that Manny just hit? What was that? That's interesting to me. But I will say, I hated math. I was horrific at math. And then math invaded my favorite game. I'm so down for the ability to be able to combine the math, the numbers, the analytics, when we talked to Kyle Bodie last week, that stuff is fascinating to me. More. Give me more of that. How can I improve? How can I get 5% more from Trent Grisham next year? How can I get 5% more from Manny and Xander? Imagine Fernando Tatis Jr. with pads all over himself, figuring out, I know what it was. I know why I wasn't launching the ball this year. I know why I wasn't hitting, why I wasn't slugging, because of this little tweak. That's the stuff that you can learn. It's not the boogeyman. It's not bad. But when it turns into, second time through the order, he's got to go in a playoff game like Jose Barrios yesterday, there's no chance. There's got to be some sort of middle ground between. And that's manager feel, that's manager gut, that's all of that. I think Rob Thompson does a great job at it. I think Brian Snitker does a great job at it. I think Dusty Baker does a good job at it, skirting the lines between the two, embracing them both. That's what you have to have. I don't think we do a great job of it here.
I wonder if, and I don't want to be critical of Mike Trout particularly, but the Angels have obviously been one of the most disappointing teams for many years now. And Mike Trout, production-wise, at least when he's healthy, arguably have been the best player in baseball over the past decade.
Many years consecutively.
But at the same time, does he spark the same kind of passion that other stars that may not even be as productive as he does in baseball? Does he spark that kind of passion?
I don't know enough Angels
maybe
fans
not. I don't,
that are like, there are Angels fans that are way passionate about Ohtani, and I think for good reason, because he's such a unicorn and a freak.
He sparked some more passion, I think.
No doubt. Trout's solid.
Mike Trout should have had the phenomenon that Ohtani did with the numbers that he had for years. Yet it never felt like there was Trout mania.
Well, because you never saw him on the biggest stage.
That's the thing.
That's it.
Baseball is not accounting.
Grinding it out against the Royals in August, and he hits 3 home runs is awesome. And if you're an Angels fan, you're like,
it makes his WAR look great.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's not a great player, but is he as compelling as some of the other stories in baseball? Because remember, what my argument and Evan Drellick's argument essentially, baseball is theater.
Yeah,
it's theater, and Mike Trout is.
We do that pretty well here.
Oh my goodness!
We've got some.
Do the Padres do good theater?
We've got some good actors here. We really, really do. Now, do you want that while losing 80 games? No, you want it both. You want 99 wins.
The playoffs are the greatest theater when you get there, and when you're not in the playoffs, you're missing out on your favorite part of your theater, the big conclusion. The dramatic ending to your story should come in the playoffs if you've got a team like this. And, there's the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. So obviously, if you're missing out on the playoffs, you're not maximizing the theater of the season. And that's why we're all so disappointed.
Yeah, it's not Broadway. You're in Jersey. You're doing a play in Jersey when you're not in the playoffs. But no, all valid points. But I really recommend this documentary. It goes by so fast. I can't remember the name. I tweeted it out yesterday, but it's on PBS. If you go to my Twitter feed, it's such an easy watch. You guys would love it. And it talks to the guy that Beltran told to put the video monitor down. He's there. They talk about, the ins and outs of how they get the most out of it. It's called, it's on PBS. It's called Frontline Astros Edge. The inside story of the Houston Astros cheating scandal, the fallout, what it says about baseball today. Stephanie Apstein's in it. We have her on all the time. Man, you forget about so much.
Did you send in
a
few bucks? Because, PBS is supported
by
but I will. Viewers like you.
I absolutely will. The next time they hit me up, I will do the telethon bit.
We have a Throwback Thursday. Paulie's going back to my late night television.
I completely forgot.
I totally forgot about this as well.
I forgot.
We've
this
all
as
forgotten.
well.
This is great. So we all get to relive it for the first time, essentially.
Why was Ben on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah?
Why was I on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah? We're all going to find out.
Why were you?
Coming up next on Ben and Woods.
Why did they pick you?
We'll be right back after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan. Podcast brings you the latest news and player insights to help you win, avoid any embarrassing league punishments, in-depth analysis, start-sit questions, everything you need for your fantasy team. Download Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. Of course, we got football for you tonight since there is no baseball.
Oh, yes. What a banger.
There are 2 NFL teams playing. I'll let it be a surprise for everybody at 5:15.
It's a grab. It's an NFL grab bag.
It could be a terrific matchup. I'm just going to leave it.
You're right. It could be a great game.
Could be a phenomenal game. But I don't know that it helps the promotion of the game to tell the teams involved. So let's just keep it as a bit of a secret for now who's playing in tonight's game on Thursday Night Football. That would be an interesting promo. Thursday night.
Tune in to find out.
Tune in to find out who's playing.
Yeah. That'd be really fun if they never announced the schedules and it was all a big surprise.
Right.
Like, who? Oh, wow. Bears Commanders.
Like one of
Amazing.
Those,
We are Commanders.
You just gave them like a WWE fight where they just bring out like who's the opponent?
Surprise.
Oh, look at who's going to be fighting now.
Then bring out a third team. I did
That's
see
the Washington Bears music. Or Washington Commanders music.
It reminds me of that tweet I saw. Hey, if Major League Baseball really wants to shake it up, let a celebrity throw the last pitch of the game instead of a first pitch. Let Danny DeVito come in for one pitch in the bottom of the ninth. The last pitch. Okay, out of the bullpen. Danny DeVito's like, really?
Buck Showalter's going to make a move. It's 50 cents.
It's
What?
like, oh no, ball 4, right? It's so funny. I like the surprise element because it is Bears Commanders. It's not my favorite Thursday night football match I've ever seen.
I was talking to my son and I said, if they were both horrible, you could at least get behind the train wreck of it all. The Bears are a train wreck. The Commanders are just mid. The Commanders are incredibly mid.
They are.
Commanders.
They're not as hateable as they were before now that they've sold.
It's true.
They're certainly not good, though. They're just there now. They're sitting there. They're probably going to win by 12 points or something in a fairly unremarkable, uninteresting game tonight. I'm not promoting it very well. I understand that.
You can hear that right here on 97.3
The good news is that you have no other choice as a sports fan. There's nothing else
They
on
own you tonight. Yeah, they own you. They got you. They absolutely got you.
All right, Throwback Thursday is here. And honestly, we had all forgotten about this moment. I don't even remember with the audio. Paulie had to remind me why I appeared on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah. It was 1 year ago this week?
1 year ago tomorrow.
I totally forgot about this.
So I guess it technically happened a year ago
today. Because I was reacting to it a year ago today. And then the day after, Trevor Noah pulled a clip of me on television.
Trevor Noah was talking a little sports, talking a little baseball, and Aaron Judge on his just monster season last year.
Because I'm a noted Aaron Judge commentator around the country.
Apparently.
And last night, Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge smashed his name into the record books.
With the swing of his mighty bat, Yankee superstar Aaron Judge slugged his way into history.
There it goes! Sailing into history, 62!
It took until the 161st game of the season, but number 99 has finally etched his name in the record books. Aaron Judge passes the great Roger Maris to break the record for most home runs in a single season by an American League player.
Ball was caught by Corey Humans of Dallas, a vice president at Fisher Investments. He said he hasn't decided what he's going to do with the souvenir, which could be worth a couple of $1 million.
Well, there's a feel-good story for you. I'm glad things are finally working out for that executive at an investment firm. That's what the game is all about. Good for you, buddy.
A couple $1 million.
Can you do just Ben's again?
Investments. He said he hasn't decided what he's going to do with the souvenir, which could be worth a couple of $1 million.
Oysters. What else would you have said?
That's a good point.
A couple of million.
The dramatic pause.
Sandwiches.
It reminds me, though, there's like a team of people.
Must be nice.
Who must be going through all of that, like every night.
It's
like
my
your
dream.
job on the
To
Trevor
watch
Noah
TV.
show is to watch every local sportscast in America and pull whatever zany or relevant content we can get for our show tonight.
Because that's Comedy Central. So they didn't have, like, it wasn't like late night on CBS where they're going to just go pull from a CBS affiliate.
Right.
Like, they're going through everything.
Multiple affiliates in multiple markets to try to come up with the right clips that they need for Trevor to react to.
I can't even.
And what he's going to do with the souvenir, which could be worth a couple of $1 million.
Shoes. Glasses. Cameras.
Could be worth a couple of $1 million.
Buttholes.
Could be worth a couple of $1 million.
Backpacks.
Probably I was getting the old stretch symbol.
Longer back.
It's like pulling taffy. So we have the floor director. And when you've there's like 45 seconds left in the show. Go slower. But you mean the pulling taffy symbol is what they do? And
I would hate it. I mean, why are you doing that?
stretch.
Stop doing that to me.
The first
That's
part,
what I would do.
Your first part there, you were moving quickly, and then you definitely slowed it right down at the end there.
He was getting
Corey Humans of Dallas, a vice president at Fisher Investments. He said he hasn't decided what he's going to do with the souvenir, which could be worth a couple of $1 million. All right,
I saved 2 seconds. I spent 2 seconds there. There we go. I've really stretched us out to get us to the end of the show.
Look at you on Trevor Noah. Good for you. Yeah, the team thing. If I had my way, I would have a team watching every sporting event and pulling out of context quotes so that we could use them. It's just hard to do. It's just very, very difficult to do. But like Stern has those guys. I mean, and that's all their whole lives are just watching TV, pulling interesting stuff, submitting it, and he decides if he's going to use it or not. It's
Howard
really,
Stern
really
has
great.
guys on his staff that will work. I mean, we're talking 8 hours a day.
Prank calls.
For like a 30-second bit. They will work for weeks.
Months sometimes.
For
a
one
prank call.
bit, and it lasts a minute on the air.
And Howard's like, it's really good. All right,
good
next.
stuff, anyway.
It's unbelievably unfulfilling, I think.
All right, we speaking of interesting segments, we got Eno Sarris coming up next, our weekly super polished smart baseball yet to be named segment. Talk about the first round, obviously, of the playoffs, get Eno's thoughts on the division series matchups and what the Padres might do this offseason. Eno Sarris from The Athletic will join us coming up next here on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. All right. Got the brooms out yesterday. Everybody swept in the Major League Baseball Wild Card Series. We'll get into the playoffs with Eno Sarris. He's standing by. Get to him right after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Lowe's. We still have a number of trouble spots on our roads, guys. Watch out for a bunch of nails in the right lane, La Costa Avenue off-ramp, South 5. They did clear that crash out of the HOV lane, though, South 5 at Leucadia. South inside of the 805 before the 163, there is a collision involving a couple vehicles. They're over to the right shoulder on the Genesee off-ramp, South 163. Stalled vehicle over to the right shoulder. And still clearing this accident westbound King Freeway before 28th Street. Everything over to the right shoulder. Northbound side of the 805, 43rd Street. Off-ramp, tow truck is on scene, helping to clear that accident. Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands you trust in-store or online at the best values. Plus, take advantage of our everyday financing offers. Lowe's knows home improvement, subject to credit approval. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, happy playoff season to Eno. We're kind of disappointed that there are no games today, though, after four sweeps. Or tomorrow. It's like a mini all-star break inside the postseason.
He didn't like your joke.
Oh, apparently not. Good morning.
No, I laughed.
Oh, there he laughed. Okay, we couldn't hear you.
He silently chuckled.
I think it just cut out for a second.
Yeah, it did.
Silently chuckled.
We always have the most amazing timing on this show.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, it's super weird. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like a failure in scheduling. Maybe they should have done like 2 games on one day and 2 on the next or something. But I guess the idea was to give incentive to the teams that were better during the regular season to avoid this whole thing and to have a wild card series with no days off on purpose so that it was really a test for those teams. They had to use their best pitchers and then they're at a disadvantage going to the next series. So I think it was on purpose, but it also turns out when everybody sweeps that you have this big gap in the schedule.
And I think another of the reasons behind it is to make it so the division winners, the top 2 seeds, don't have to wait so long to start their postseason. And I don't know, are there any numbers on team, like when a team has to wait a few days, is it out of rhythm? Is it a problem for those teams that have a bye? I know there's a limited amount of data on this since Major League Baseball has only had a few years with playoff formats like this.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to look at some of the research that's more universal rather than look at what has happened in certain series because, like you said, it hasn't been around that long. What I can tell you is that there are certain things, certain adaptations that our bodies make that do go away in 3 to 5 days. And so something like your ability to swing the bat so fast that you can hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, that can actually go away in 3 to 5 days. That's why you have hitters wanting to go on a rehab assignment to get their timing back, as they say it. And so there's a top end speed, sprint speed can go away in 3 to 5 days. So some of that stuff can go away. On the other hand, you can practice those things probably with a 100-mile-an-hour machine or doing some sprints. And I think there's always a tangible. What's that?
It sounds terrible. Sprinting sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's
actually.
Terrible. Yeah. But then also there's a tangible benefit for rest. Like, for example, Max Fried, has a blister. The blister is healed. He managed to even get in a simulated game with a Band-Aid on because the Braves had this long break. So I think there's arrows pointing in different directions when it comes to rest.
Talking to our pal Eno Sarris here on Ben & Woods this morning. And, I wanted to ask you a very loaded question. Are the Tampa Bay Rays a good baseball team?
Yes, they are. I mean, what they, yeah. I mean, one thing that frustrates me is that, like,
that's why I did it.
One thing that frustrates me is that, and this is, I grew up in Atlanta, and there was a lot of like, was it a dynasty, and were the Braves even that good? And I was, as a fan, I was like, screw you, like,
right.
Of course we were, like, but the thing that happens in the postseason is like a real devaluation of the regular season.
Yes.
And so you have a lot of people, saying that success is only, championships. And I just disagree with that, because why even play the 162? Let's just start with the playoffs then. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or like cut the season in half. So I still care about the regular season, and they're a consistent winning ball club. And I think that they ran into a real buzzsaw of, I don't know, again, luck is just a weird word, but, they lost Shane McClanahan and Wander Franco, and those are their two best players.
Yeah, they kicked it around, too. I mean, they kicked it around. Glasnow pitched okay, and they kicked it around, which is very uncharacteristic of them.
Would they have kicked it around less if Wander was at short,
right,
and, Taylor Walls was at third, and you know what I mean? Like, some of the players that were in those positions were there because of necessity.
It is wild, though, and I guess when you're a guy like you and you're analyzing the Tampa Bay Rays in the postseason with one win in the last three postseason appearances, the run 2 runs in 35 plus innings, maybe more. That's the part to me that's just confounding. You know what I mean? And I get it. You're going up against aces, but you go up against aces in the regular season as well. I know everything's magnified.
Yeah.
I know weird things happen in the playoffs. How many? Does that surprise you that they've only been able to scratch out one win in the last 3 seasons?
I mean, there's a little bit of selective endpoints. They were in the World Series the year before that, right?
That's true.
But
yeah, very selective endpoints on my end. Yeah, for sure.
But no, there is one thing that I think about a little bit. I thought about it with the Giants and how they fell apart, and it's been sort of a couple years where they've not finished so amazingly. And I do wonder if this like bullpenning, and it's not even that the Rays they didn't use that many openers this year. They didn't really do that many bullpen games. But no matter what they do, their starters pitch fewer innings than anybody else in baseball. And I just wonder sometimes if that leads to being tired in the postseason. There is research out there that says that every pitch your reliever throws makes them worse over the course of the season.
I remember you telling us that.
Yeah, so if you use your reliever super hard during the regular season, maybe your bullpen's not so great in the postseason, and that's one little part of it. But it could also have something to do with platooning could have some sort of similar effect.
But you grew up a Braves fan, right? So if you grew up a Braves fan, you can't sit there and tell us that you're like, well, we got our one, and that you're happy. It's like probably how it felt to grow up a Bills fan, right? You're like, son of a bitch, like we're right there. We had like, Scott Norwood, like it doesn't feel good. I mean, regular season dominance just proves it sometimes doesn't turn into postseason dominance as well. It's very hard to maintain that.
Well, there's a discussion going on right now across baseball because Jerry Dipoto from the Mariners said that basically we should try to win 88 games every year, and that's the best way to build a sustainable team. And he's right in terms of efficiency and sustainability. But if you imagine being a fan, and he's also right because like an 88 win team can win 98. Like that's if things break right, like the opposite of the Padres this year. So,
correct.
An 88 win team can win 78. So aiming for 88 is a good way to sort of let's always be pretty good. And in the years where everything breaks right, we're even better. But you could also aim for 94. Like you could aim for 74 for like 4 or 5 years and then aim for 94 for 4 or 5 years. And there's a real difference there because the 88 every year could be like the Dodgers and Rays, where they get to the postseason every year, they win one, but they don't ever establish a sort of reign of dominance. And I think that we as fans really remember, like, the Jordan Bulls. You know what I mean? Like, we remember teams that go and win repeatedly in a short period of time. We don't remember the Dodgers of the last 8 years. You know what I mean?
Eno Sarris is with us. Yeah. Are the playoffs where the non-analytics come into play more? I mean, you look at the Phillies and their crowds and their emotion, and you go, well, that's not gonna work over 162. But in a short postseason, is that where, you know, coming through in the clutch and just feeling confident about things might actually make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, the Phillies are my pick to win it all, and I do have an analytics reason for it. They have 6 guys who throw 98 in their pen, and I think they have the best bullpen in the playoffs. So you got Aaron Nola, you got Zach Wheeler, and the best bullpen in the playoffs, and then you have a lineup that's really good. They've found some defense over the course of the season, found some defenders, and then you have this wild card of noise. And there's a really great Sam Miller piece on ESPN about tangible things that can happen because of loud fan noise, like actual tangible things like coaches can't hear each other, players on the field can't hear each other. In fact, the ball can change direction because of the loudness of the fans.
Wow.
They register on the Richter scale, fans do, you know, when they get to a certain level. And so they're actually moving the stadium. So fans, if you fill the stadium, they can heat it up. You know, we are engines. We make the world around us hotter. So, like, you can actually warm up the stadium and make it more offense friendly or whatever. So there's all these, like, sort of tangible things that can happen from fandom. And then there's, of course, the intangible, which is, you know, my dad used to have a system where he bet on dogs in college football, just bet on home dogs. And he just said, you know, that's college football. These fans are going nuts. They're at home. These are kids. They're going to be so amped up because of their home crowd and everything. And he's had some success doing that. So, you know, I think that the fans are definitely an intangible.
Well, there's your explanation, Woods, as to why the Tampa Bay Rays are not good in the playoffs.
That's fair. Yeah,
they have no fans there.
That's fair.
You know, I want to ask you one more Phillies question because interesting piece from one of your athletic colleagues, Tim Britton, writing about Bryson Stott, the Grand Slam. And my question to you is about going against your own tendencies and how effective that can be. Bryson Stott never swings at the first pitch. Like, never. Bottom 10 in the league, Britton wrote. But in the big moment with the bases loaded in the wild card game, he swings at the first pitch and hits a grand slam because, I don't know, you could argue he lulled the opposition, the opposing pitchers, into just laying one in there.
God,
because
I love it, man.
that guy's always going to take it on the first pitch. Is there value in going against your own tendencies, or is the value in always playing to your own strengths?
I don't think there's an overall answer to this, but I do know that players think about this. I've talked to pitchers about a pitch in their arsenal they're not using so much, and they've said, that's for October.
I'm saving
that's
it.
for September. Yeah, like, you know, you'll see my curveball more the third time through the league, you know. I've talked to players, like I even identified Jordan Montgomery with the Rangers has a cutter that Stuff Plus says is the second best pitch. And, you know, I said something about it on Twitter, and I had someone DM me and be like, shh, that's the secret, you know, like, so, you know, there's always like that pitch you don't use as much that you have been sort of coaxing along through the season that you can feature more. There are these tendencies.
George Kirby's knuckleball.
I think that's a great one. Yeah, exactly. I think a first pitch swing tendency is really easy to change. It's harder to change, like, let's say, oh, I'm going to suddenly target low pitches after, you know, my strength in my swing is high pitches. You know, like if Soto was like, this October, I'm just going to swing at everything low. Like, that might not be a great idea.
Right.
But like first pitch swing rates, that there's nothing different. That's just like deciding to swing or not. that's a great thing to toggle in October, I think.
This kid, Orion Kerkering, that came in last night for the Phillies. I mean, game was out of hand. We've talked about him a little bit. Was he a starter in the minors? I'm assuming they're going to probably try to convert him, or is he going to be? I mean, I know that in the postseason he's going to come out of the pen, but he looks.
Yeah, no, they
ridiculous.
converted him,
They
and
did.
that's why he looks so ridiculous. He got an extra 3 or 4 ticks from the conversion. You never know how much a guy's going to get when you convert him to the relief, and he was one of these guys that just got a ton. And so, yeah, he's sitting 100, and he has like a 90-mile-an-hour breaking ball, 2-plane breaking ball. It's just beautiful. And he's like an X factor. I remember Francisco Rodriguez in 2002 came out of nowhere. No one's seen him. And just to have, you're worried about Sir Anthony Dominguez and Soto and Alvarado and Kimbrel. Well, check out Orion, So they're really loaded.
You already said you like the Phillies because of their bullpen. What about in the American League now? You got the Twins and the Astros, the Rangers and the Orioles left. How do you handicap the rest of the AL playoffs?
Well, I kind of picked. I'm forced to make these picks, and as analytical as I am normally, when I make playoff picks, I just sort of spin the wheel and stop it. What I do like about the Rangers is that people always want to say pitching defense wins. I've looked at it, and hitting is actually the strongest correlation to postseason success. It's not very strong because it's the postseason. But the Rangers lineup looks nasty. So I'm going to take the Rangers actually to win that because I think they play each other to a standstill with pitching, and that lineup is just amazing. Twins seem like they're on one, so I'm going to take those guys to meet in the CS, and maybe the Rangers to the World Series. I mean, that lineup is just nasty all the way down. There's no respite when you face the Rangers lineup. There's no I'll circle this guy and I'll get him out.
Well, there's a respite when you face their bullpen sometimes, and that's going to be.
Yeah.
But if they're,
it's also slimmed down in October. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They have 3 guys they trust. Sometimes that's enough.
That's
the
all
narrative will be it's Bruce Bochy's steady hand.
Yes,
if they do make the World Series. Remember that,
Yeah, for sure. We know.
It'll be all Bochy.
That's right.
None of the players.
No, all Bochy's steady hand.
He always puts himself in a good spot.
Very
there
smart.
For sure.
He's really good in the postseason. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Enjoy these playoffs.
Thanks for having me.
That was Eno Sarris.
That was Eno Sarris, sponsored by 7 Mile Casino, featuring all of your favorite table games like California-style blackjack, poker, and baccarat. Just 7 minutes from the ballpark.
Eno, all of our guests appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Thought that a number of times about Trent Grisham, the whole swinging at the first pitch. A guy who often takes. He's often in the top 10 there, and first pitch is taken. And you get going, what if he was more aggressive? He attacked the first pitch. Would that change his numbers? Or would he just make outs faster and not walk as much, which is his one actual value at the plate, is he gets on base occasionally because he does draw an outsized number of walks, probably because he takes a lot of pitches and obviously swings and misses at a lot of pitches. That actually helps you get on base more when you walk.
That's pretty cool, though, talking about the pitchers saving something. If you've ever played baseball at any level, and you face the guy and he's just throwing smoke, you're like, oh, all right, well, I'll time this up the next time. And then he drops some yacker on you or some slider or some nasty changeup. You're like, you son of a bitch. I didn't see that in the first AB. Didn't see it in the first 2 innings. And it's such a good way to pitch. If you can do it, you can get away with it. It's really, really solid. I love that. I mean, somebody DM'd us, shut up. Don't talk about the cutter. We don't want other teams. They do scouting and things like that.
Is at his best.
When Yu's at his
so
best,
fun to watch him just
that's exactly right.
drop 7 different pitches on a guy throughout the game. All right, no more guessing here on Yu Darvish. All right, we got 1 hour to go. Paulie's got some headlines in the Reindl Report coming up. I see Ed Sheeran and Snoop Dogg.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like a winning combination to me. It's coming up next on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. Got the schedule for the Division Series games, as Woods has pointed out many times. None today, none tomorrow, but we will have 4 games on Saturday. So you're competing with college football. It's Ben and Woods here, 9 o'clock on a Thursday on 97.3 The Fan. You get to start early, 10 a.m. on Saturday, Woods, with the Texas Rangers and the Baltimore Orioles leading things off on FS1. And then after that game's over, you stick around FS1 for the 1:45 game. That's the Twins and the Astros, so American League first. And then at 3 o'clock on TBS, it'll be the Phillies and the Braves. And 6:20 on TBS, the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
So
that's
your quadruple header on Saturday.
Around college football games and things like that. Oh, man. Feel a cold coming.
You've got
on.
another,
Probably need to lay in
you got
bed
another
all
big
day.
Notre Dame game.
Yeah, huge.
Coming up this week. Again, they get, Louisville? On the road,
ranked
right?
opponent on the road. Yep. What time's that game? Is it at 9?
That's an ABC 4:30 game.
All right.
I got our lineup at some point if you want to give me if you want the best college football lineup for the weekend.
You do have that?
I do have that.
Do it in the threesome.
That's true. It's a
threesome
football
would be
threesome. It's
fun.
not just an NFL threesome.
Right.
It's a football threesome.
And
a threesome would be fun. Got that coming up at
be great.
Next segment
Phenomenal.
is our weekly football threesome.
Yeah.
And I'm planning on going to a college football game this weekend as well.
You are.
Yeah, it's been a while. I went to an Aztecs game last season, but Shelly wants to go see her Cougs. Off to a really good start, ranked 16th in the country. Undefeated.
Yep.
And visiting UCLA. So they're coming down to Southern California. She said, anyway, we can go to that game. So I think I've acquired tickets. I'm still waiting for them to be delivered to me on my inbox. The modern way tickets are coming. But we're going to drive up on Saturday to the Rose Bowl and do the whole UCLA-Washington State game and then drive back.
Doing the drive
full day,
back.
yeah, just a long Saturday, so she can see her Cougs in person.
Very nice. Yeah,
I have not been to the Rose Bowl since I was in college.
Saw U2 play
been a
there.
long
I've never
time.
seen a football game there. I saw U2 play there, and it was amazing. Amazing.
It's one of the most historic stadiums we have in all of America.
And my dad and I went. We had the best time ever. A memory I will have my entire life. Watching that band play in that venue. Incredible.
How many did they pack? Do you remember any idea?
Packed. Full.
I mean, back then, the capacity was over 100,000. Plus, I don't know, concert, if they got people on the field, if it's all the way around, I have no idea. Now it's down to like 91,000. They've taken out, I think, some of the seats.
It was 80 strong, I would imagine. Yeah, it was quite a scene. Hence why I made my dad leave in the middle of his favorite song. I pulled him out. He had to watch it walking backwards toward the... I'm like, let's go! It's L.A. We're going to be here all day. This is the one song. You can still hear it. Come on. You can hear it in the parking lot, man.
I'm that guy, too. Hey, you can hear it. We're still walking. It's not like you can't hear it.
It's not like you need to play a part in the song. They're not asking you to play keys on this song, Dad.
I can tell you what they look like. They're playing music. They're up on stage.
It's a beautiful day. I'll play it in the car.
You have to see them. You can hear them playing it.
We had like a mile walk back to our car, too. I was just panicked.
Like, is an obstructed view seat for a concert that big of a deal?
It is.
If it's got good acoustics.
I'm not trying to look at a pole the whole time I'm there. I'm not. I want to see the band. I want to, smell the food, the whole bit. All right, Paulie, take us away, buddy.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the Reindl Report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the Reindl Report with Paul Reindl.
Hi, Paul.
All right.
2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed.
Are you laughing, biatch?
It's the Reindl Report
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
on 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah.
All right. Oh, yeah. Let's start with a little soccer update for you guys here with our local team, the Loyal. Didn't win, didn't lose yesterday.
Didn't
against
score.
El
A draw.
Paso. It was a nil draw. And correct me if I'm wrong, they are wrapping up their regular season this weekend.
So the last home, they got 2 games left. They got 1 home game this Saturday.
Gearing up for the playoffs.
The final ever regular season home game for the San Diego Loyal.
Going to be an emotional night for many of our friends out there.
Absolutely. They will be playing the Oakland Roots on Saturday at Torero Stadium. But if they win, they will clinch a home playoff game. So it will be not necessarily the last chance to see the Loyal, even though it's the final regular season home game. But if they lose, it might be the last time you ever see them.
They want it. You want that one badly.
I don't know if you like to bet on USL games, but I like the Loyal in that one at home.
I would too. Format, like if they were to lose,
they could. They're still in, but they'd start on the road, and I think they'd only be able to play on the road.
Oh, really?
Until they win.
Until they
advance.
They win in advance, but they go to another road game because some the top teams have buys, I think, and then then you get a home game.
So you can win in the playoffs and never come home?
I don't think you ever come home.
Wow. Okay. Somebody will let you know if
you're the lowest seed.
Yeah, because I think it's single elimination, so you're always playing on the road, I believe.
All right.
I mean, I guess if it like the Padres and the Phillies last year, if the seed below you, like the 6th seed,
if you're the
upset
5th seed
everybody and you ended up playing them later, maybe you get to come home again.
But it's still, regardless.
But it's just single match elimination.
I believe so, yeah.
Huge match on Saturday night. Our buddy Steve DM'd me. I meant to write you back. There's no way I can make a Saturday night Loyal game with all the stuff that's going on, but I will be rooting for you in spirit, as I always do.
I would have to drive back very quickly from Pasadena. It's a noon start.
You would be the ultimate sports boy
if I could do both that game and the Loyal game that night. It would be a long one, long day.
All right, next up, Ben, I'm going to need your help with this story because I have seen about the TGL and I don't know a whole lot about it outside of it looks like Top Golf, but it's the new golf league that Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy have put together. And the graphics look pretty cool. It definitely has like that Top Golf. It's like indoor golf almost.
I mean, I'm waiting to see what the final product looks like. But they're constructing for like Monday night golf matches between the big stars. And they're going to mic them up. And
they just struck a deal with ESPN.
Yeah, they're going to be broadcast now on ESPN. And they're going to have like, Tiger versus Rory and Jordan versus John Rahm. And they're going to play like a league, like team competitions. And eventually you get a semifinal and a final. But they're basically in this really elaborate simulator. So, Woods, you've done like, golf simulators where you hit into a screen and see where the ball goes. Imagine what you can do if you invested, tens and hundreds of millions of dollars into it. They have a giant simulator where they play entire rounds, and then they have like this indoor green where they actually will do like chipping and putting to go along with the simulator golf. So they'll essentially,
if you go down to the driving range at Del Mar, right, you can get a bay. And you go in the bay, and there's a bunch of different games you can play. And you can play Torrey Pines. Yeah. And you're like, okay, cool. So you hit your driver, 260.
Shows where the ball flies.
Shows where it lands. Oh, now I'm in the rough. I'm 180 out. So I'm probably going to grab my 6-iron because I'm in the rough. You hit it on the green. And you're close to the green. Then you have to chip, and it's wildly inaccurate. Yeah. Wildly.
Exactly.
It's horrible.
So they fixed that by creating this giant indoor area with like real green that they have to they'll put the ball down then. And all right, now you got to chip from here, or you got to putt from here to finish out your hole.
I did that when I went to Top Golf last time we were in Vegas, and I had on the screen, I was playing Pebble Beach or something, and it said like a 20-yard chip onto the green, and you basically just knock the ball. For where the sensor is, you just knock it off the top of your bay, just down onto the ground right in front of you.
It's very subjective.
It made no sense.
It's very, the putting, the chipping, it's very subjective.
Yeah, so TGL, it's going to be on ESPN. It starts in January, I believe.
Okay.
And it's 6 teams comprising of 3 PGA Tours on each team.
Okay.
And it'll be an 18-hole match every Monday night.
And they will let it.
But it'll move quickly because they don't have to walk to their next shot or anything. There's
no
waiting for the group in front of you to clear the green. It's just, all right, hit the shots, go. They'll be talking. They'll be mic'd up. I'm intrigued. I mean,
Tiger and Rory, some of the investors that they have in this TGL, I mean, Josh Allen, Steph Curry, Shohei Ohtani, Kevin Durant, Dwayne Wade, Shaq. The list goes on. It's
But
incredible.
those guys aren't going to be playing. I don't want to see those guys play.
It is a little hypocritical after spending years making fun of the team golf concept of live and everything. But when Tiger wants to do it on TV, oh, yeah, we're totally behind it 100%. But it's not. They're not really competing with the PGA Tour. That's why they're doing it on Monday nights outside of the normal PGA Tour window. So it's not a competitor. It's a colleague of the PGA Tour.
I'm in.
All right, and finally, Ed Sheeran and Snoop Dogg, the collaboration that wasn't sure I needed.
Snoop collaborates with everyone.
Snoop does collaborate with Ed Sheeran collaborates with a lot of people. at
Martha
least in
Stewart,
music.
Petco, Jack in the Box, Jack Box, everyone.
Now, I don't know if Snoop and Ed Sheeran actually have ever collaborated on a song, but they have collaborated on smoking marijuana cigarettes
together.
So Ed Sheeran recently went on Conan O'Brien's podcast. Very, very funny. He gets great guests. If you like Conan O'Brien, and
should come as no surprise.
Yes. And Ed Sheeran was talking about how he was in Melbourne, Australia, with his wife and his mother-in-law, and they were attending a Snoop Dogg show. He just happened to be there at the same time. And after meeting the family, Snoop took Ed backstage, and he's like, okay, I got to do this. And what do you think Snoop Dogg and his friends do backstage before a concert?
Yep.
Well,
book club.
Here's what Ed Sheeran, here's his recollection of the night he went backstage with Snoop Dogg.
I don't really smoke at all. And I was in the dressing room, and they're just, blunt for blunt for blunt for blunt. And I'm like, I guess at some point during the night, I have to, just to be like, I smoke with Snoop Dogg. So I kind of was having this conversation with him, and I was like, this is good, like a good memory. Like, I have a conversation, I'm drinking my wine and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, do you want some? And I was like, okay, now's the time. I'm like, we have had a good amount of conversation, so I have a bit, and I'm like, I don't feel too bad. Like, this is good. And then I have a bit more. Then I have a bit more. Then I have a bit more. Oh my God. I just remember looking at him being like, I can't see right now. I've got
I know I have eyes.
They were like wide open. I was like,
He smoked so much with Snoop Dogg, he says he could not see.
Ben, do you know what a blunt rotation is?
I do not know what a blunt rotation is. Now, I've seen where you pass it to the next person.
That's your blunt rotation.
Oh, you pass,
so
pass
like
the Dutchie on the left-hand side.
Sure. Who would be your ideal blunt rotation? You in a room with 3 other people sharing a blunt. Questions you never thought you would answer. I should guess Ben's.
Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr,
Phil
100%.
Mickelson.
No, he doesn't like Phil.
No, Steve Kerr, though, I like that. I like that idea.
You, Steve Kerr.
That's a good one.
Who else?
Dave Roberts.
No,
Dave Roberts,
no,
100%.
I don't think he'd be a blunt smoking partner. Honestly, I get where Ed Sheeran's coming from. If I don't smoke at all, I've never even taken one puff of anything, a cigarette, a marijuana cigarette. If Snoop actually handed me a joint and said, take a hit, I would have trouble saying no to that. I mean, you got to say yes to Snoop handing you a joint, right?
I don't partake in narcotics, but no.
If you drink a lot, you build a bit of a tolerance. To
you
it.
have that.
Is that the same thing with marijuana? Like, does Snoop have a super pot tolerance? Like, he needs to smoke more to get high? That does happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even know that he gets high anymore. I know people like that. That just not high at
But like
all.
the first time you do it, like Ed Sheeran or me, you'd get pretty high pretty quickly.
The old wives' tale was, you won't get stoned the first time you smoke weed. It's the second time, which was
That's a
a
load
bit.
of
It was an
BS.
outlet, especially now with how it is. It's the only thing that's put me under a table or like under a bed is weed. That's it. Alcohol too, but everything else, I'm like, I can handle this. That is the one where I'm like, kill me. Paulie's smoked with me before. It's the one. I'm the worst. I'm like, I'm going to bed. See you later.
Paulie, I can't feel my legs.
I'm going to bed.
What'd you give me, man?
It's terrible. Terrible. Terrible, dastardly thing. So, Steve Kerr.
I've been watching
Coach Steve Fisher.
I've been watching that Wrexham show. I feel like Ryan Reynolds. Would be fun to hang out with.
Okay.
Zoom.
You, Coach Quintera, Ryan Reynolds, and Steve Fisher, and Steve Kerr.
I just can't. Steve Kerr, I can see. I don't know if he smokes or not, but I can see him doing it. I wouldn't want to do it with Coach Fisher. That would feel awkward.
Feel wrong.
Yeah, that would feel very wrong.
He's like, hit this thing real quick, man. Passing would be the best thing ever.
No chance. Yeah. And
Just
of course,
mine
Coach Fisher's probably listening right now because he does at this time of day. So.
it would just be me and Paige Spiranak. That would be just me and her, just sharing a blunt. That's it. And Tatis would be fun. Me, Tatis, and Paige Spiranak.
Tatis
but then
is a good choice.
She's obviously paying me no mind.
Yeah, right.
And she's going to hang out with Tatis.
One of these things is not like
and
the
I'm
other.
just going to go home high and hungry and sad.
Two very
and paranoid.
beautiful people.
Yeah,
Paige Spiranak, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Woods.
Yeah, it'd be very weird.
Bob Melvin's from the Bay Area. He may have some experience.
I would smoke with Bob in a heartbeat.
Huh.
Me and Bob could just talk strategy while Paige and Tatis left. All right, that would be my. Who would be your least favorite nightmare? Who would be your nightmare blunt rotation? Max Muncy, Chris Taylor, and Austin Barnes, just surrounded by rat-looking guy. Oral Hershiser's get just butter teeth all over the
you know
blunt.
What? You hold on to that one.
You just keep that one. I'm going to smoke my own. I'm not trying to put that butter-toothed joint in my
Nick
mouth.
Saban doesn't feel
Nick
like
Saban would be terrible.
Good to smoke with.
Dabo Sweeney.
Dabo
he
would
might
be
be
annoying.
okay. He might be okay.
No, he'd be annoying.
Brian Kelly, just get all red. Terrible.
Definitely not Steve
I'm
Alford.
so high right now.
I can't believe how strong this weed is.
I can't feel my legs.
I think Ed Sheeran would be in my nightmare blunt rotation as well. I don't think I would.
Sounds like we'd actually be pretty simpatico.
Yeah, probably.
That is our Reindl Report. We'll come back. Football threesome time. We will hear some pushback from Travis Kelce on all the Taylor Swift talk.
What about Hacksaw? Smoking a blunt with Hacksaw. Him just coughing incessantly.
Henry Morales with a home run. Vladimir Guerrero had key hits along the way. And the Angels batting order just excuse me.
No worries, it hits hard.
Wore out the Red Sox pitching staff.
I will never not think of him hitting a big fat blunt when we play the Angels batting order. It's so good.
We'll be back with the football threesome after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan. Primetime NFL games available free from Westwood One and live here on 97.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey app tonight. Listen to the Bears and Commanders. And next Monday, the Packers and the Raiders right here on 97.3 The Fan at 4:30. Or simply download the Odyssey app, search for 97.3 The Fan at kickoff. Why don't we get to it? It's time for the football threesome.
Can Ben and Woods interest you in a threesome?
A threesome would be fun.
Oh, not that kind of threesome.
Dang it.
We're talking end-arounds, the best tight ends in the world.
He must work out.
And going all the way in this game of inches.
Nice.
It's the NFL threesome with Ben and Woods. Brought to you by Hamul Casino. Fun above all else on 97.3 The Fan.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
I'll get us started with obviously the story that has been well covered, so much so that people are getting tired of it, and the NFL is getting some backlash over all the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce talk. During the broadcasts, the last two times the Chiefs have appeared, she has been at both games, both at home and then at the New York Jets at MetLife Stadium. Most watched Sunday show since the Super Bowl. I mean, viewership is up. You got a lot of young Swift fans tuning in that haven't been viewing before. Female viewership is way up. The NFL is leaning into it. They're liking the numbers.
The NFL is profiting and benefiting from this way more than she is.
I agree.
Right?
Although they did have ads for her concert film Taylor Swift: The Eras Tour during the broadcast.
Well, those have ran either way.
That's true. But having her there just reinforces the message.
Why are people so mad?
Commentators are making references to song lyrics, and
that bit's tired. It was tired after the first week.
I thought the first one when Ian Eagle said that Travis Kelce found a blank space in the end zone. I thought that was very clever.
But
didn't
then
overdo it.
Then
everybody
jumped on doing it in pregame montages.
Every local newscaster in the country was making
the
that.
social
This guy
media
right here.
channels of the NFL.
You did it, didn't you?
I did it once.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
just once, and I haven't done it again. I didn't even bring up that game.
Look
last
at
week.
you.
I moved on.
You move on.
You jump in, then you move on. The NFL, though, is continuing. They tweeted out, or Instagram, Chiefs are 2-0 as Swifties. Their bio on X reads NFL Taylor's version, which I think is actually pretty clever. But with all the criticism, they actually responded. They said, we frequently change our bios and profile imagery based on what's happening in and around our games, as well as culturally. The Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce news has been a pop cultural moment we've leaned into in real time, as it's an intersection of sport and entertainment, and we've seen an incredible amount of positivity around the sport. All right, fine. I get it. It's good for business. Even Travis Kelce, though, is pushing back. This was on the podcast with he and his brother this week.
Is the NFL overdoing it? What is your honest opinion?
I think everybody's just like overwhelmed
your feelings
with
for Taylor. What is your honest opinion on how the NFL is treating celebrities at games?
I think it's fun when they show who all is at the game. I think it brings a little bit more to the atmosphere, brings a little bit more to what you're watching. But at the same time, I think
they're overdoing it.
They're overdoing it a little bit for sure, especially my situation.
Right.
I think they're just trying to have fun with it, and a lot of the people watching. Go ahead, let's hear it.
I just think the NFL is not used to celebrities coming to the games.
What?
Like basketball has it figured out. They're all courtside. They're sitting there. They show them once or twice, and then they get back to the game. The NFL is like, oh, look at all these A-list celebrities in the game. Keep showing them, show them. Dude, listen. You show them once, let them know they're there. Maybe after a touchdown, you get a little clip, but you can't be overboard with it.
Yeah.
People are there to watch the game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she's the biggest star in the world. It's not dumb. If I could get Taylor Swift to listen to this show and tweet about it, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And you guys, I'd be like, you can get sick of it all you want. As I'm sitting on a chair made of cash, right? Wiping my nose with $50 bills and be like, cry me a river. Don't listen if you don't like it. I mean, so I...
Do you think Swifties would like this show?
No.
Oh.
Well, maybe. Paulie's a Swiftie.
He is.
Yeah. What do you think about it as the resident Swiftie?
I totally get why the NFL is doing it.
Right.
I don't think that
Do you think it's overblown?
I don't think it's on her at all. I think
she can't help it with the camera pans.
She's the biggest star on the planet. Like, she had nothing to gain by I need the NFL's support now. But the NFL, from their perspective, they're like, we've got a million teenage girls that now want to buy a Travis Kelce jersey.
Sure,
like,
yeah, it's genius.
This is
marketing.
great.
It's just marketing.
It's a little much, and I think it was Jason was right. You don't see that too much in the NFL. They might, during the Super Bowl, they'll pan around and show who's there.
I feel like I've seen Rob Lowe at a game,
maybe
or
once, but
college.
not 15 times in a broadcast.
It was 17 times I think in the last broadcast. That's a little much. That's overkill. But I also understand why they do it.
It's like a new toy, though. Everyone plays with their new toy a ton.
The Lakers could be on TNT, Thursday night basketball against the Nuggets, big game. They're going to show Jack Nicholson once.
But I think it's Jason Kelce said. They'll come out of a break, and they'll do that little where they, go celebrity to celebrity and show who's there. But they're not constantly talking about who Jack Nicholson's court. Oh, Jack Nicholson's courtside. They'll show a reaction shot or two, and that'll be it. The NFL has really leaned into it hard.
Well, my story's boring in comparison, but the rumor going around, and it obviously it affects tonight's game between the Bears and the Commanders, but the rumor going around, at least in Chicago, was that Coach Matt Eberflus, somebody said he's basically been given an edict, win or else. They have not won a football game in 11 months. Isn't
he like 3
and 18 as a head coach? I can't wrap my head around it. Actually, I can. Right? I mean, they are saying, and he's like, look, I think we're working hard. We're focused on Washington. He says he feels supported when asked whether he had received assurances from Bears brass about the direction of the team despite mounting losses. He said, I feel their support. I haven't talked to anybody about any of those things. I feel the support, and we're just focused on Washington. When you go 3-18 as a head football coach in the NFL, is there any getting out of it? If he wins 5 in a row, you know what his record is? It's 8-18.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad.
It's still pretty bad. Do you feel like you're paddling upstream for the rest of your career? You're done.
I mean, if you've got a hope of making the playoffs, then you're fine.
Yeah, for sure.
But, in terms of overall, you're not fixing that anytime soon.
That's so wild.
Can I make an admission? Sure. When it comes to Matt Eberflus, you once sung his name to the tune of a Pearl Jam song. I can't get it out of my head. I probably do that 9 times a day in my head.
Me too. I do it too. Eberflus. I can't say it without it.
I can't either.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%.
It's never out of my head.
Perfect.
Random times, I'm in the car. No one's talking about the Bears or anything. It'll just pop in my head. I don't know how you've done this to me. I cannot get it out of there.
Gosh, I wish I could write songs. I could write a real hit, stealing other people's vocal intonation.
I mean, if he was good and they needed a novelty song about him, you've got it. But no one's going to be writing about a 3-18 head coach.
I mean, he could be 3-19 after tonight. He can't keep his job. When you get to be a head coach in the NFL, don't you have to start?
Justin Fields isn't even his quarterback. He inherited him. Does he get a chance to rebuild with someone else?
I don't know, but you kind of have to start semi hot, and potentially 3-19 after tonight is not it.
All right. Wally, do you have one, or do you want me to just do the quick lineup for Saturday?
Do your Sunday.
All right.
Saturday
usually
lineup.
we preview this. There's no reason to preview tonight's game, so I'll do my Saturday college football lineup for everybody.
I'll just say make your picks for the Survivor League.
Oh, yeah. That's the best games are Oklahoma at Texas in the morning, 9 a.m., number 12 against number 3.
Red River Shootout, baby.
Really good one. Then in the afternoon, it's I'd say number 11, Alabama at Texas A&M. The reason I picked that, everyone's saying Alabama's done. They're down. They win this one. They've got 4 of their next 5 at home. I mean, the toughest one left would be at Kentucky, who's ranked, but they could find themselves, they could claw back into the playoff by the end of the year.
You can't write off Alabama after
they're not done yet. So if they win this road one, they're actually in decent shape. In the afternoon, it's an or situation. You'll obviously watch number 10 Notre Dame at Louisville. That's 4:30 on ABC. But there's also number 20 Kentucky at number 1 Georgia. I keep thinking Georgia looks vulnerable every week, but they keep winning. They have not lost in 2 seasons, so we'll see if that's the end. And then if you really are a diehard, Fresno State's an interesting story in the Mountain West. They're in the top 25 now, number 24, but very tough game at Wyoming, 5 o'clock on Fox for for your college football viewing. You'll be watching baseball playoffs, though.
Yeah, baseball
on
and
Saturday.
the Irish,
I know
buddy.
how that works.
That's how I do it.
All right, that's our football threesome. I don't know my survivor pick yet. Can I get back to you on our next segment on my survivor pick?
Sure.
All right, we'll get to that. I want to play a little more AJ Preller, finish up our discussion about his pushback on the sources and the rumors and everything. We'll finish Ben and Woods on a Thursday coming up next on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. All right. Upon second and third viewing, feels like the Survivor pick this week is staring me right in the face. I'm still alive in the afternoon show, the Scraby Group.
Do people give a frog's fat ass about our Survivor picks?
Well,
for
I mean,
our league that
if
they're not
they
in?
are in a Survivor league, they might be interested to
Okay,
know who
that's
we
fair.
chose just to
I guess
see
it is better than fantasy football, like your team. Like,
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, should
don't
I
know.
start or sit?
Because unless somebody listening has the exact same
lineup,
players,
yeah.
like they don't care.
I think the two that jumped out initially were the Bills and the Dolphins.
Yes.
The Bills are taking on the Jaguars. And while the Bills are the home team, that's actually a London game. So I stayed away from that because the Jags are probably more comfortable in London, having been there for 2 weeks. And if there was going to be an upset, Bills are playing really well. I mean, they're much better than the Jags, but they have to deal with that transatlantic flight whole thing, and that can sometimes lead to less of a performance. So
It's not as bad from Buffalo
No,
as
it's
it
not.
would be from somewhere else.
that's actually where I flew to London from. I went from Buffalo, Chargers, Bills, and then we flew from
What was
Buffalo
that
to
flight, about
London.
6?
It was only like 6. Yeah,
Well,
it
that's
wasn't
like
that bad.
flying to the West Coast play game.
It was, it was the afternoon game, and we got on the plane like at 7 o'clock Buffalo time or 8 o'clock, and flew, and it was like 7 in the morning when we got to London or so.
Got it.
It wasn't bad. So I'm going with the Miami Dolphins against the New York Giants, who looked horrible. They're on a short week. Miami lost. They kind of need to bounce back, and they're at home. Feels like one that Miami is going to want really badly against an opponent that's weakened and on a tough, short week. So I'll go with the Dolphins as my pick this week.
I went with the Bills, and I forgot it was a London game. Now you've got me all domed out. So
that's why we bring it up on the radio.
That's it. So
That's why it's there.
Don't be an idiot like me.
All right, let's check traffic. We'll come back with a couple more bites from AJ Preller and just wrap up our discussion, at least for the day, on the news conference from yesterday here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by the all-new Premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad. Well, guys, usually around this time, things start to wind down, but not the case today. Got a stalled vehicle on Lake Murray Boulevard off-ramp westbound, 8 tow trucks on scene assisting with that. Also west on the 8 before the 163 collision over to the right shoulder. Then up ahead before Taylor Street, hit-run crash over to the right shoulder. Double trouble on northbound 5. Got an accident right at the North 163 connector. It's over the right shoulder. Then up ahead, another accident right at the West 8 connector. Looks like you may have lanes partially blocked there. In the North County, dealing with a crash on the Ted Williams Parkway on-ramp to northbound 15. And eastbound side of the 78, still dealing with a vehicle fire on the El Camino Real off-ramp. Premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad with all new 2023 GMC Sierra 1500 elevation package trucks. $4,000 off MSRP, over 15 in stock to choose from. Stop in or shop online at carlsbadbuickgmc.com. A proud member of the Premier Carlsbad family of dealers. And Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
There was one theme yesterday at Petco Park in AJ Preller's news conference, I would say, Woods. It was downplay. We're going to just downplay all the talk that's been around our clubhouse, our front office, in the media over the last couple of months. We're going to downplay it. Even the meeting, the supposed big meeting on Monday, the meeting of the minds, the hashing it out between him and Bob Melvin. AJ was asked about that, and he downplayed that as well.
Yeah, again, I think with Bob, like it's always healthy to have open and honest conversations. I think some of the meeting from Monday, I think that's a little bit overblown, honestly, too. I mean, we do that every year. I mean, Bob and me last year, kind of a very similar conversation following the NLCS, where it's just a recap on where things are at, more of a preview of setting things up for the future. So, again, I think from that standpoint, it's always healthy when you get a chance to sit down and talk open and honestly. We do that a lot during the season as well. So, I think, I'm not speaking for Bob, but I know he's excited. It was his words yesterday. And, I think both of us, looking forward to tackling the project of the off season.
All right. So he says his words, Bob's words, said yesterday, I'm excited about our future here together and trying to get our team back to the postseason. Not, I'm on board. I'm excited about it. I am a little disappointed there because I feel like I knew every team meets, like he says, at the end of the season. It felt like they needed to do a little bit more than simply the regular off-season planning. All right, here's what we've got in mind.
Teams that win the World Series have those
exactly.
meetings.
Sure, yeah. It felt like they needed to do a little bit more than that. Like, aren't there some communication issues you need to hash out here? I mean, maybe you're not on silent mode and not talking to each other the way that it was reported, and it may not be a civil war, but are you not telling me that there aren't things that you two individually need to do better with each other?
Overblown means that it was blown at some point. You know what I'm saying? There was blown. It might have been a little overblown.
Not totally inaccurate. You're right.
It's not completely. It's not completely false, and it may not be as bad as some of us thought, or has been written about or spoken about. Certainly, but I think when there's been a bit of a culture of secrecy, a bit of a culture of dancing around the question sometimes. Sure, then that's what happens. That's what happens. The media will speculate. The fans will certainly speculate, and that's what happens. It was, he did say he likes to see the interaction back and forth on Twitter, which I thought was a bit of an admission by AJ Preller. Who are you on Twitter? That's what I'd like to know so that I can block that person immediately.
Do you think he posts or just lurks?
Lurks.
I agree.
100% lurker.
Definitely.
1,000% lurker. No followers.
We kind of already knew that.
Yeah, I mean, he confirmed it, though. That's confirmed. I love to see the back and forth on Twitter. Do you? Do you love to see
We already knew that. That's not a surprise to anyone. I mean,
confirmed.
I just think my biggest takeaway from the press conference yesterday was, and it sucks the timing of and I hope Peter's doing better and doing okay. It just really sucks that he's not available right now because we were told, I don't know, 2 years ago this week that it was a once in 100 years, once in a century collapse. It'll never happen again. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Guess what? It happened again.
Well, no. Their answer to you is one that would hold up in a court of law. Actually, we had a winning record, so suck it, Paul.
And rather than collapsed, we got continually
hotter.
better as the season went on.
Because as a fan of the team, I did
like,
not feel any better today after that press conference on, okay, they're going to address the issues and 2024 will be different.
Right.
There's nothing to lead me to believe that.
I didn't hear any of that either.
We're going to run it back. Nothing's changing.
We're still communicating. We still try to improve our team. Right. I could have written it.
I sometimes feel like teams, and not just the Padres, but they would be well served to hire someone in the media to actually kind of direct some of these things. I know that's what PR kind of people are sort of for, but I could have given some notes on AJ Preller before he sat down and said, you want to give them something that they can work with, but it's not going to come back and burn you in the end. Here's what you need. As I said earlier, give something tangible, a change that you're going to make. Change is something that people are clamoring for. They want to hear something exactly you're going to do. I know you don't know what you're going to do. Well, it's a long off season. You got a lot of work to do, but give them something. Feed the fish something that you are absolutely going to make a priority in changing this off season. We're going to change the way we handle internal communications in this organization. You don't even have to give details, but just to say we're working on this already. This is something we need to do better, and we're already working on it.
I mean, I think there were a lot of people that wanted AJ Preller to lose his job. This week there were a lot of people that wanted Bob Melvin to not return and lose his job this week, and it doesn't look like either of those are happening. So you at least give us something as fans to make us believe that this is unacceptable.
Yeah, good point, Paul.
And we have to change something.
There's not a ton of people in the fan base who wanted both guys to return 100%.
Yeah, very few.
It was just run it back straight up.
It was pretty much, there was some said, no, I think AJ has to go. Some said Bob has to go. But there were very few people who simply said, I think the best course of action is just bringing both of those guys back.
I saw some of that,
but those people still want some changes made as well, right?
Yeah, if you fall in that camp of I'm glad they're back, continuity is important. Great. Continuity is important in that you have the same faces, the same figureheads, the same people, the same message, but you can't have the same culture. And that's what you need to figure out how to change. And if that means, again, insulating AJ Preller with the GM in between Bob and him, I think Bob Melvin would probably be all for it, and I think AJ Preller should be all for it, and he was seemingly amenable to it on the meeting yesterday. So I think that could be a real change that could happen and help. I think you have to look at offensively what happened with this team. I do. I think offensively you have to say, where was the disconnect? And there was one. With approaches, with how we
and
played in
AJ
close
did
games.
say we need to figure out, how we perform better in those clutch situations. That at least the obvious is there and is understood that is an area where the Padres must improve in the next season. But I guarantee you, there's no team in baseball that wouldn't like to perform better in clutch situations. Even if you're hitting 500 in clutch situations, guess what?
Hit 600.
We'd like to hit 600 in clutch situations. So that's a given. AJ said a lot of things that were givens. Of course, you want to make the right moves this offseason with your roster.
Improve your team.
You want to improve your team as much as possible. We get that. We all get that. We understand. You're not revealing anything we didn't already know. What is it that we don't know that you can improve on?
Here's what it can't happen. We're just chalking this thing up to bad luck. It just.
So that's kind of what it sounds like.
It's the way the ball bounces sometimes.
It's kind of what it sounds like from their
even
perspective.
if that is somewhat true. It's not a good message to send.
It's not true.
No, it's not.
Because we've had callers calling and be like, hey, they finished strong at least, and we're going to roll some of that momentum. I don't believe in that rolling the momentum into 2024.
We've had smart people like Eno go, okay,
You had a sample size big enough. It was 5 months. You played absolutely terrible baseball, and then you turned it on in the last month.
Right.
But the sample size was there.
Yeah.
It was a bad year. It wasn't unlucky.
But we had people like Eno who kept saying the Padres are extremely unlucky this year. And there is some of that. You can't deny that there was some of that. But you also can't deny that there's no reason they won't be unlucky again next year if they don't change it.
Well, now you know it can happen. And if you come into camp shaking your head just saying, I don't know, we'll figure it out. I mean, you can't change it. You can't change the past. You're not going to go back and win more games. You got to figure out how to win more next year. You got to figure out a way to win some close games early. That's momentum I think you can believe in. I think you saw the Marlins ride it all the way to the playoffs with a far inferior talented roster than other teams. And, the cream rose to the top, certainly there, Ben. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of unknowns. There's always a lot of unknowns going into the next season, but this one in particular, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of things that could happen with Juan Soto, with Ha-Seong Kim even. Blake Snell is probably gone. 3, maybe 4/5 of your rotation is gone. I mean, you're looking at a real tough stretch next year.
Speaking of unknowns, tomorrow's show, we've been led to believe that the Padres are working on something for us, but we don't really have any specifics, whether that's AJ or Bob or, Peter Seidler is going to make a surprise appearance. I wouldn't expect that at all, but honestly, we don't have any idea whether it's Eric Grupner again. We'll get to meet this Eric Kutsenda. Maybe Don Tricker will be on the show tomorrow. I don't know. We have not been given any indication other than that the Padres are trying to work on something for us for tomorrow. So my suggestion would be to tune in like you always do and wait and find out like we are what's going to happen. Yeah, monitor our social media channels.
We are as in the dark as you guys are right now.
We'll let you know.
We will let you know.
And we'll give you an update as soon as we have one for you. This hour on Bennett Woods brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Fresh, human-grade dog food delivered right to your door. From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food to the Farmer's Dog, the effects can feel magical. What sorcery is this? None at all. It's just real food made for the health of dogs. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/no magic. There he is. He's standing outside the studio, ready to take over here in a couple of minutes. None other than the coach, John Quintero.
No baseball today. Football tonight. You can hear it right here on 97.3 The Fan. Football-ish. Yeah.
Football-ish.
It's an NFL football game.
It is. It'll go down in the standings at some
I
point.
say that I won't put money on it. I probably will. It's -6.5.
As bad of a game as it is, like you don't feel good about either team. That's kind of the only way to make it interesting, right?
Yeah, 100%.
That's it. That's a dangerous concept.
It is.
Just
It is, but it's
betting
the
to
truth.
make it interesting, to add entertainment value.
Yeah, I mean, they have to watch it in Washington. They have to watch it in Chicago. The rest of us really don't. We really, really do not have to watch that game.
And if we do, I'll constantly in my head be going, Eberflus.
Me too.
Oh,
All
the
night-
whole game.
all night
Because I
long.
cannot get that out of my head. And when was the first time you did that? Like
when they announced him as head
a
coach.
year and a half ago?
Yeah.
I have not gotten it out of my head since then. So thank you for that.
People like Washington tonight. So Matt Eberflus coaching for his job, though.
All guests on Ben Woods appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Coach and Braden coming up next. For executive producer Paul Reindl, for already off the YouTube stream Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Have a great rest of your Thursday from all of us here at San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.